All right. Well, sorry about that. I woke up. Oh, I woke up pretty early actually. Um, yeah, I had to make some food, which I still haven't even touched at all. And I had to finish my homework, so finally got it done, so I don't have to worry about that. So just felt pretty good to actually get it done. I always leave that shit to the last minute, so it's good to just kind of get it over with. Not really have to worry about it. Um, oh yeah, starting like an hour and 50 minutes late. So, but I have nothing to do tomorrow, so we can go for a decent amount of time. Should be fine. Right, let me see the. Right. So we got four more liberation rights. So I'm pretty sure it's 7 people you can um, free in total. Obviously, it's gotta be Volfred. Volfred has to be one of the people. Then I would think probably Sir Gilman for sure. Then I'm in between the last one and Faye and Tizo. I just don't think would really fit in society in general. I don't know. Even in this like supposed utopia we're gonna create, which is gonna fall apart eventually. Let's just be real about that. Because revolutions only last so long, and then someone corrupt comes into the society and you know fucks it up all over again, or one of the people who saved it gets high on power themselves and becomes a dictator. Like, it always happens. We're not perfect. Society cannot, all that junk. But even in the perfect utopia we're gonna create, supposedly, I don't think she would fit in that much. I don't know. She really hasn't expressed much interest in going back to the Commonwealth. I don't think she would really want to go because she loves the scribes. She's completely obsessed with the scribes. So I figure, wouldn't this be literally the best place where the scribes became the scribes and they lived the rest of their lives out? So I figure she'd enjoy being around here. Tizo literally lives here, so Goodman, I think, he could survive here, but he's my, he's my boy. I want to save him. Pamitha is kind of a mixed bag. I'm not sure. Hello, Frank. Welcome on in. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Just talking to myself about who I should free next. I'm not sure if you know this game. The same people who made Hades, Supergiant. It's the game they made before Hades. Yeah, it was Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, Hades, then Hades 2. Yeah. Now you're good. And I appreciate people coming by, but they're obviously not obligated, especially with the time zone difference that we have, so I don't really. It was like 6 hours, so it's like almost 9 p.m. for you right now. And I started late today, so. And I started late yesterday, because I had stuff to do. I could only stream for like an hour at 5, because I had class, and then I went out with my sister and her boyfriend around 6, and I came back at like 8:30. Then I started again. I went until like 12. So nice. Okay. You enjoying it so far? It was a rough first playthrough for me. I don't remember if I said it. I said it on stream. I don't know if you were there, but I personally didn't enjoy it when I first played it, but I came around to it eventually. 'Cause it was like my first actual platformer, and I wasn't really interested in more challenging games like that. So, but now it's one of my favorite games. Alright, that's good. It's always nice when someone enjoys something you enjoy, but I understand it's not for everybody. But yeah, Tizo and Faye, I think, are for sure staying here. Pamitha is like, if her sister doesn't get freed, then I don't know what she prefer. I don't think she would want to be separated from her sister, even with the animosity that she's showing towards her. And I don't think she would really fit in. She would be a pariah in the society, but then she'd also be a pariah to her own people. Basic synopsis is you're all like outcast. You've been exiled from the country you live in, and you're in this like basically just this wasteland, and you're trying to. There's like different exiles. They have like teams essentially, and you complete a ritual. You essentially fight against these teams, to see who will get a chance to escape this place, and you know you do matches. It's essentially kind of like a sports game, but it's like 3 people in a team. 3 people can play the match at a time. It's called a right. They can do a right at a time. And they have different, like we have different combat abilities and stuff. You know, like you have your attack and your dash, and then you can jump and stuff. But so you fight the people, and then you get to the end. You do a final match, and then if you win, one person from your team gets to escape. You'll see how the combat and everything works in a little bit here. I'm just more doing some thinking, but yeah, it's kind of unorthodox. A lot of people don't really like the gameplay, so which I get. It's kind of hard to get into, but I think it's really cool. I enjoy it a lot.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader.
Doesn't usually
Yet an awful rumor reached me recently
talk.
that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike.
Right.
But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you?
Is he talking about Pamitha?
I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
Just realized it's kind of like a face thing. You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow, the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. It's like, I just feel like this voice isn't really a person, more like a concept, like the rites themselves or something. It's just, I don't know, there's something about it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. Alright. Let's just get going. But you know, I think it's a great game. Like, not only is the combat and everything just so unique, but I think the music, the characters, the story. I think the story and the characters are really what hooked me. Hey, want to rumble here and now, huh, Nightwings? Think you got our number after last time, huh? Too bad we all got somewhere else to be. Though we tempers sure are flattered that you took the time to ram it right into us again. Be seeing you around. Okay, that was just by accident. As the wagon soars across the skies above Wakingwood, you notice Wolfred appears lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here in this vicinity brings back a lot of memories and gives me much to ponder. So you're on console then. You're not PC like me. I mean, I have an Xbox. That's really all I have an Xbox and a Switch. But I can't currently play games on my Xbox because of some issues. And I'm not really playing that many games on my Switch right now. But yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing about having one specific device. And yeah, some of them aren't. Some are on Game Pass right now. So I know Hollow Knight is still on Game Pass, I'm pretty sure. Unless it left. I know Celeste was on Game Pass for a while. Scourgebringer was definitely on Game Pass for a little bit. Think so was going under. Yeah, a couple of the games on the list were on Game Pass and just available on the store in general, but yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. A lot of them aren't going to be available. So, yeah. I hid within these woods for many, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my raiments and became untraceable. There I waited for the plan to germinate. So, it means a lot now to be here above that place at last. Yeah, no, they're more... Because those are like really small indie games that very little people know about. So, them being on like Game Pass or available on console, just... I don't think the devs are big enough to have that happen, or that they planned on making it happen. 'Cause Lone Fungus especially is like... I think the dev of V6, that's just what I call it, because saying V6 times just, it's kind of annoying. I think he has another game he has a bit more popular, but like Lone Fungus is like a really small indie game, like very little people know about, so probability of it being on console is not really, it's unlikely, unfortunately. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? Yeah. Awesome. Now you get over here. What? My beautiful wagon. What has happened? Oh, but it is you, my wonderful Nightwings. Come to play a little trick on your good friend Manly, Oh, how very, very, very clever of you. The damage you have caused my beautiful wagon, doubtless, it was very, very minimal. Fear not, I can afford repairs. There's no inconvenience at all. Although, I do have one request of you, to make amends that is. When next we face each other in a right, and I trust you know what I shall ask of you, but would you be kind enough to stand aside, and let chastity prevail? Then we shall call it even, and when I return unto the Commonwealth, I shall see to it that you or your loved ones there are suitably rewarded. Now, ta-ta. Right. Yeah, I'm trying to do a better job at that. He has a bit more of a... Because there's some characters where it's like, it's super obvious what kind of voice they would have. Like, he just sounds like, this, you know, he just gives me the vibe of like a snooty, rich asshole. So I automatically go for a higher voice and kind of that tone of like, I don't really fucking like you. Some more, it's easier to imagine what they would sound like and what kind of pitch and tone and all that stuff you should use. Others is it's a bit rougher when they're more normal. Like when they have more of like a trope to them, like they're grumpy or like they're depressed or they're very excited. You know, it's easier to figure out what sort of voice I should use. When it's just like a normal person, it's like, it's more just, do they have a deep voice or a higher voice? So when it's like multiple normal people at the same time, it's just, I don't know how to differentiate those voices. So it's a bit more rough. Your flight takes you near to where you reach past Stormwall into Deathless Tempest. The climate in the downside intensifying. Wonder if the storm has spilled forth from its confines, started to ravage other regions of the land. You know, I mean, it's just, like I said before, it's really just my own personal thing that I'm trying to do for myself. Thanks. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, you talking about it and making, you making that comment about it definitely got me thinking more. Because I was trying to, you know, just reading the dialogue out loud was already something I was trying to do, but I never really thought about doing voices. I thought about it, but I was just like, you know, I'm not good at that, so I'm just not going to try. But then, you know, might as well try a little bit. I'm not going to be a professional, like I've already said, but might as well do the best I can. And, you know, you never know. I might pick it up as a hobby or something. I've learned, especially with the streaming stuff, that you just basically, it's cliche, but you never say never. Yeah, no, it's just like, might as well practice, might as well get out of my comfort zone, do something I wouldn't think I would do, because I never planned on streaming. I thought I'm never gonna do streaming, no way. And then I started streaming because I saw so many streamers having fun and doing all this stuff, and I was just like, that seems cool, why not? Then I was never gonna use a camera, and then like a year and a half later I start using a camera. And there's all these things that I've said I'm never gonna do, but I eventually start doing them. But I appreciate it. Appreciate the encouragement, because I'd still do it even if I didn't have people watching. But it's better to know that, at least someone thinks it's not horrible. Just to have that feedback. Yeah, it's just stuff you don't really think about. Or like, you actually don't want to do it, but you don't think that you're gonna do it ever. You're just not, it's not on your mind. Chemical agents. Why not? Who do we talk to here? There. Wilfred appears to have finished sealing some sort of document. Because like, for him, we've actually heard his voice before, so I have a bit of an understanding of how deep it is. I would say it's probably deeper than the player character, the person I'm playing as. But other than that, I can't really emulate it that much, other than lowering my voice. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. Was just on my way out to make a drop. Report a bit of progress. Our supporters on the other side should like to know. It's not clear to you, as yet, exactly how Volfred is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We also get, like, notice of, mail on how the people we freed are doing, which I'm surprised they would even allow. For a country so set on exiling people who don't follow the rules, they sure are merciful to people who, it's just, I don't know. It's just strange. I wouldn't think that they would do that. There are ways of making certain that such messages manage to make their way to whom they need to reach, most of the time at least. It's like, lowering my voice is like, it's easy enough, but I kind of slip into a more, I don't know, I guess stereotypical deeper voice, I feel like, rather than just purely lowering my voice. I feel like that just, it sounds a bit ridiculous, not even in an embarrassing way, just in a way where it reduces the character to a trope when they're not necessarily in that. I don't know. It's a strange thing. Like I said before, it's not something you really think about all that much. It's just something I've noticed when I start making my voice a bit deeper. It just kind of goes into that, down that path for some reason. It's not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger imp is as hard-working as the rest of us, or dare I say, more so. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job. They of course cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer than any of us. Yeah, I mean, it's just more like, I don't know how to, like, exactly describe it. Cause like, I can just lower my voice a little bit, and that's that. But then when I get deeper into the character, I kind of go more into a gravelly sort of tone. And I guess to me, it just sounds like a stereotype. It's not necessarily one, but it just sounds strange. It's just something I noticed. It's not that big of a deal. Just an observation. But either way, it's a work in progress. I'm not going to be getting it perfect. Huh, interesting. It's a cool little detail. Lights up when you are on the... That's like interesting. When you're just clicking here, you can see it click, but doesn't do anything, but then it lights up when you're on the lantern. It fully, you can even hear it clinking, kind of. I can hear it in my left headset. Like, that's such an unnecessary detail that they like, it doesn't even need to be there, but they still did it. I don't know, I enjoy that. It's such a random detail that they added. Yeah, the voices are just they're gonna be a work in progress. I'm gonna switch stuff up. I'm gonna change how I do stuff. It's not really that important. It's more just experimenting, honestly. Wilfred offers to tell you more of this process. It seems that he has been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for some time now. From that point, we depend on certain other means. A trafficker like Ruki would likely be familiar with them. Then, my agents intercept the messages as they arrive. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Just stuff like that. Ah, damn. Actually, no. Guess I just put it up here. Just so it's not blocking anything. You can actually read both the dialogue and the chat. Yeah, no, just obviously, you focus on the game primarily, but if you got enough time and experience as developers to add stuff like that, it definitely shows. Just like also stuff like accessibility, like colorblind options or photosensitivity mode, or like difficulty options that are actually detailed and vary in different styles and all that stuff, not just less health or more attack damage or something. It just shows that the developers care and they're thinking of all types of people who can play their game and how to make their game as best as possible. The messages are coded. In the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes, but even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our cause and our plan. Could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them, separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, should be thanks in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens grown loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. 4. We cannot resist the Commonwealth if too few citizens stand with us, whether due to apathy or fear or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of these agents I have known for many, many years, since long before my exile. Many were former students from my days of teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days, I report to them our progress, and they, in turn, report theirs back. From that assessment, I update the estimation of our planned success. It's another thing, I end up mixing the words for some reason. I feel like I read too fast. Like, my eyes are faster than my mouth a lot of the time. So I read a word and then I say it even though it's not in order. It's strange. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own. But those loyal to us in the Commonwealth slowly gather strength regardless of knowing our efforts. Yeah, no, I feel like I do it a lot more than most people do. That's just kind of, especially since I'm reading the text out loud, and not every streamer does that. So it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of annoying sometimes. Then other times I don't mix the words up. I just add a word that's not there. And it's like, it makes sense in the context of the sentence, but it's like, I didn't need to add that word. I don't know why. My brain works like that sometimes. Thus do we inspire each other. Not unlike the dynamics which I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon then, reader. I have a delivery to make. He strides out the wagon, bearing the sealed message. Alright. Should be about it. Yeah. Okay. Your senses guide you to a scrying pool somewhere in the stark badlands of Licksand, and you look upon the waters. In arid southern pass toward the ominous cairn of Haub, So named because the exiled curs residing here grew very, very thirsty. Soon you experience a vision of Lendel, who stood against Manly in the chastity in his most recent rite. Out of my way, Manly. You should not be getting out of here before me. You'd best believe I'm going to remember this, Lendel. I have many friends in higher places who can make your life even less comfortable. I don't know, because it's not exactly super high, but it's got this sneering tone to it. It's a bit hard to get the exact pitch there. I know in my head what I want him to sound like. I've heard him speak. He not like English, but the made up language that they have here. But I can't. I can get kind of close, but I can't get the exact voice that I want for him. I care not what you think. I've no doubt that you shall rot here like so many others. Yeah, no, it's just kind of rough to go higher. I don't really need to go higher with him specifically, because he has a bit of a deep voice as well. But it's more just the tone of it, because he sounds condescending. You could just tell that he's a fucking snob. But yeah, having a deeper voice just doesn't. It helps me with the deeper voices, but doesn't really help me with the higher voices at all. I still have some range. It's not like. I feel like it's more that I speak low in general. I speak softly and low already. My voice already has that quality to it, so it's just I'm just so used to I speak basically in whispers most of the time. This is me exerting myself. And I have a good mic as well, so I usually don't speak this loud. I'm not used to it. I had to actively be thinking to speak louder each time. So, and I've gotten better at it, but I'm not very used to being loud. The vision fades. Seems the accusers prevailed against the chastity sometime not long ago, getting the favor of the scribes. You wonder where their paths have taken them since as you return to the Black Wagon to pursue your vocations. Alright. Should get yeah. Certainly. I would appreciate your point of view. You and Volfred discuss the meaning of the rites, developing a deeper understanding of this contest created to determine the worthy from among all those pitted against each other. It's been a while since my last outings in the rites, begging for your continued patience as I recollect the way. Alright. Okay. It said that the strength and wisdom of the ages always followed in the root steps of Luz Glorian. The 100 Minds knew that all the knowledge of his ancestry was always there to guide him. Epiphanies about the very nature of this world occurred with regularity to Luz Glorian, the 100 Minds. The winds of change shall scour the land from whence we came, but leave this land untouched. It was Luz Glorian who ushered in the modern age and showed his people that a flame need not be feared. Right, because he's a tree person, and that's kind of, yeah, I guess that would be kind of scary. I mean, everything can set on fire, but he fearlessly explored the other side, was among the first to venture down the river that later took his name. The great sap scholar, having fathomed every thought, still always smiled when he met someone. The stars, well hidden from us on the other side here, now reveal themselves. Luz Glorian to Solium Myrrh. Okay, let's actually read. Banished. 10%. Well, 10. Shield ability. Shield. So he doesn't have a jump. He has a shield. 5 hope. That's actually really good. Phantom Dust. I'm not sure what game that is. That sounds kind of familiar, but I don't really have a actual idea of what that is. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. That's an old one. I'm not sure. Hmm. Sounds like you're saying sci-fi action games aren't good. Uh, it's not really showing gameplay here. Hmm. Seems interesting enough. Maybe just something else called Phantom Dust that I've heard. I've definitely never seen this in my life. Hmm. Like this would either be a one and done kind of game, like game for me, or I would just watch someone play this. 'Cause it doesn't seem insanely good, but we gotta keep in mind that it's from 2004. Uh, okay. I'm looking at the remaster. It looks pretty good. It still looks old, obviously, but hmm. It's always nice when you can get. Let me just put it there. That's better. Mm. Yeah, I know. It seems kind of. I started watching this already. When did I start watching this? What the heck? Because like I'm halfway through. What I I guess I started watching it like sometime. I just never finished it. Huh? Did I seriously? This must have been a while back. Cause I don't not remember watching this video. I literally have progress in this video. Huh? Like I don't have it saved or anything. I just have it in my history. Interesting. I'll have to watch it later. That's so weird. Like I don't remember watching that video at all. But it being free is pretty chill. I mean, I always enjoy a free game. Hmm. I mean, that could be good or bad depending on, you know, whatever type of game it is or how much you enjoy it. I can always enjoy a good like 5 hour game or a 10 hour game, but um, hmm, that's interesting. That's high praise. What game is this? Is that like looks kind of Star Warsy?
Allô. Tu as Banky. Oh, so it's not randomized prize. I was looking for the prize guy. And I've got a cartel market certificate I can do something with. So, what do I...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Knights of the Old Republic. I think I might be wrong there. I don't really know Star Wars games, but I know that Knights of the Old Republic is a Star Wars. It looks like that. Pretty sure. Hmm. Guess it wouldn't be on Steam, would it? That's fair. I don't really care for the movies or the shows or the comics or the games. I played like 2 of the games, but no, I played like 2 of the games, Battlefront and Battlefront 2. I played like the demo of The Force Unleashed and The Force Unleashed 2. It's like it's all right. I don't know. It's not my favorite thing in the world. Oh, yeah. And sci-fi isn't really for everybody. But the games are, I mean, the comics look kind of interesting. I just haven't really gotten into comics like that in general. The movies are the movies. I've watched like the main ones at least once. I should probably do a rewatch, honestly, and like actually dive into it properly. But the movies are decent enough. The old ones, at least. I think all the new ones that have come out are kind of garbage, but I'm sure someone will bury me alive for saying that. The shows have just been whatever. I don't really care about them. But yeah, I mean, sci-fi is kind of hit or miss sometimes for me. Suppose that if we had no doubts or misgivings to weigh on us from time to time, then keeping hold of faith would not be such a necessary part of all of this. I mean, yeah. Who are you fighting again? Right. The wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. At first, you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then voice rings out from off to the side of your path. The friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room for a question as to who it is. Hey guys, so maybe watch where you're going a bit more next time, I guess. He must have scared Dan half to death. I mean, just look at him. I was trying to go for like a more nasally voice, but it kind of lost it at the end there. I don't know how to keep that up. Voicing is hard, man. But it's good running into you like this, cause I got for you a really special deal. Keeping that up is so hard, man. I played The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, and then I played Loop Hero. Cause Binding of Isaac was kind of kicking my ass, and I just wasn't feeling. I was kind of bored at the end. I can't play it for too long because it's kind of frustrating. It starts off really slow, and then you can die really easily. And it's a lot of luck, a lot of RNG to get, good stuff. And a lot of the stuff is kind of, not only is it randomized, but you don't know what. It doesn't really tell you for a lot of the items that you get what they do. And it's just like, I get an item, I use it, and then it's something really useful, or it's something absolutely horrible and it screws me over. So it's just, we got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us a bit, to be completely honest here. I don't know, it's like starting to use that voice and then actually keeping it up is so, I don't know how people do that. Like, I can only do it for like a few seconds. Something about him, I don't know. Dad just hasn't been himself. But once we open shop, why, these little numbers, they're gonna go flying off the shelves. This is like, I don't actually understand how to physically keep that voice up. I legitimately do not understand how to keep it going. I don't know. It's like, I know it fits him perfectly because I literally hear his voice and it's nasally and all that stuff, but I don't know what his voice naturally or the voice that I'm doing for him. It's like I can just barely do it. I don't know. you can have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, because you're headed to the Cairn of Haub. I don't know why that word is so hard to pronounce for me. Just drop us off when you get there, okay? Like, the voice fluctuates for me. I don't know. My respect for voice actors just shot up like 1,000%, because yo, hard cats, welcome on in. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. The game is great. This is technically my second playthrough, but I never finished it. But when I played it before and playing it now, I still enjoy it.
I should probably clip that. I don't have my studio open.
Minecraft.
That's the other thing I need to figure out, Freya. How
Still
I can
something
do
I've
the
not gotten into, really.
clip command. Because I keep
Yeah.
saying, I'll clip that, and I never fucking clip it. I never fucking bother.
You're
I'm so
very
bad
welcome.
at editing in the sense that I'd never make the time for it.
I've gotten a lot of
right now. Why
vague
is it
random
showering
clips from people
gold in here? Oh, that's
that they said that weren't actually real clips that they wanted. It's very interesting. I mean, it's always fun to see what stuff is, going on with clips. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah, and I played it for a bit, and then I got like maybe a quarter of the way through. But I always enjoyed this game. I think it's underrated for sure. I've been enjoying it more than any other game Supergiant has made, honestly. People get surprised when I say that, but I don't know. There's something about the story and the characters. Yeah. Moments like that are always just something. Anyway, let's keep going. Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations. We may have room enough for Falcon Ron, barely, at least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense troubling energy from whatever strange artifacts he is transporting right now, and wonder whether you should get involved. What, man? Okay, man. Yeah, I know. I mean, it has very... When you've played Hades, it's got similar controls to that in terms of, like, the actual gameplay, but it has, like... It really only has, like, one attack. Because you control 3 different characters, and you alternate between them, and then it's basically essentially basketball, but, like, without dribbling. So I'd say it's, like, basketball mixed with rugby, kind of like soccer mixed with rugby, like with 3 people on each team, and then you just have different different move sets for each person. Why not? He's been a good pal and helped us out. Though your fellow exiles, dude, I derail myself. Don't even worry about it. Like 99% of my stream is me ranting about random bullshit that doesn't matter, and I'm sure nobody actually wants to hear. But I tend to stop playing the game and just talk to people when they come in, if they're willing to talk. I'm fine with that. Nah, I mean, no one derails. If I didn't want to talk, I wouldn't talk. But if I didn't want to talk, I just wouldn't be streaming in the first place. So yeah, no, I personally love ranting. I don't forget. I just enjoy talking more than playing the game sometimes. I don't know. Obviously, I want to get back to the game, but it's like for something interesting that we're talking about that I can't talk with anybody else, my brain just kind of starts going. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon Ron to climb aboard. Oh, great. Thanks, guys. I'll just squeeze right in. He is not. Dad, come on. Put your back into it already. Eventually, Falcon Ron manages to get on board. As you prepare to set forth. like, for me, if I forget something I'm gonna say, it's gonna take me forever to get it back. So I'm not gonna, I don't know. I've always been more of a quiet person in general. So now that I've gotten a bit more comfortable talking to people, I just can't shut up a lot of the time. So, oh great, now I have to listen to his weird sounds now. Okay. That freaking emote. That other emote is kind of a bit sus, I'm not gonna lie. It just looks weird. It's smaller with the more definition on my phone. Okay. Yeah, that looks normal. Never mind. Because it was a bit pixelated on OBS. It looks kind of creepy. But it looks normal on my phone. After what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon Wrong did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him, you reach your destination. Yeah, I got that on Epic Game Store, and I finished it. Like, I beat it like 2 or 3 times. I got a decent ending, cause you can like so many different endings. I think like the second best ending. No, I think it was just mostly like, since it's so small in OBS, I couldn't really see the detail of the cat's face, so it just looked very strange. It's just regular cat doing a freaking with his tongue out, so it just looked really pixelated. I didn't really fully understand what it looked like at first. Anyways, thanks guys. Remember what I said. These stingers I got here, you got dibs on them. If you come visit me and Dad, then is now we'll be going, so be seeing you, okay? Guess that's a bit better. It's still kind of rough to keep that nasally voice going. I'm not the best at it, but I tried, at least. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously, improvement is always good. But the emotes are good. Like, they look fine. It was just confusing at first. Whether from Falcon Ron's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone was left feeling out of sorts. Brother. Okay. That's what I get for trying to be a good citizen, I guess. Hey guys, thanks for helping me and Dad back there. We really owe you one. Okay. And so, as promised, I got something really, really good in stock for you right here. I gave up at the end there. He pauses for dramatic effect, then he reveals to you several artifacts: Black Hoof, Black Heart, and Black Claw. One of 3 scattered remnants of a thrice cursed demon who roamed the downside in a state of madness. Then what the fuck is the point of that? I guess just to go out and attack enemies? And then you switch to another one? That's sweet. I always enjoy the animal emotes, the pet emotes. They're always they're always my favorite. No, that's actually really good. Well, I guess in some of them, it's kind of hard to get a proper like getting it all good for the emotes and everything. Nah, I mean, I could see the face pretty well. I think. I haven't really submitted emotes myself. I just don't have any artistic skill or any money to pay an artist. I don't really have any real idea of what I would want my emotes to be, but just from doing this stuff for channel points, it was kind of really annoying to get it properly. But yeah, I mean, you do you. It's your emotes, but I think they look fine for now. Like I understand what they are and everything. And it's less the money and more like I don't have an idea of what I would want to do, and I don't have like an artist in mind or like a specific style that I would want. So I don't see the point of looking around. I just feel like I'm not big enough to worry about emotes right now. I didn't even think I was gonna get affiliate in the first place, so it's like I just I don't know. I feel like once I get more consistent and stuff like that, I can worry about that. But I'll make do with what I have for now. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely healthy. Yeah, no, it was a blessing for sure. Nice, huh? You guys got first dibs on these bad boys, and I can tell you what, they're going to go fast. Yeah, actually a lot. Worms, harps, and crones. So who the heck would I give that to? It would just be Bulford, I guess. Sell the stuff we can sell. It'll be Bulford, or I can get all of these, right? 27.50. Yeah, there's different stats. Great, you guys. I knew you were discerning customers now. You enjoy that one, okay? And remember, I still got the others too. And you can buy them if you want. Though, these ones, they're real popular. And so, no refunds on these guys, you understand? They are real good, so there's no chance you're gonna want to pawn them off. Might as well try them out. But yeah, no, there are stats, and I'll show you. Okay, like this. The glories, the damage you do to the enemy. Pyre, the goal essentially, what you need to get the ball into. Presence, they have like essentially magic auras that harm the enemies if the enemy touches it. Then of course quickness is just speed, and I hope you can get like basically killed in quotation marks, like you come back eventually, so it affects the respawn time. And then there's just like the actual like active and passive stuff that you have for your character, and then you have your talisman. Not really sure about this. You guys really are my favorite customers, you know. That's experience. Let me. Like every time you do a match, you gain experience. And since I just unlocked that character, he has like, they have like passive experience and then active experience, like the stuff you gain from actually completing a match. And then you get like inspiration, which essentially once you actually complete it's what happens when the character doesn't actually participate in a match, but they still gain, like, essentially it's going to fill up to that much when they gain experience from a match. So since I'm so deep into the game, he essentially is just going to level up all the way once he actually plays a match. Let me test out his skill set right now. I don't really know how to use him as an actual playable character. So let's test this out. Sandra. What? That's interesting. Almost a millennium ago, she set out to find the missing emperor and take his life. She had her many reasons. She and her sisters of the Arch plunged down the river willingly. When at last they found their mark, they found a man transformed and humbled. Sandra thought this yet another one of the emperor's deceptions and struck at him repeatedly, even as her sisters relented. Scribes had to respond. Blinded and expelled, Sandra became a living instrument in the rites. She now exists to train exiles in the rites and teach them penitence. So even her other assassin comrades were like, you know, he's changed, let's not kill him. She's like, nah, I don't believe him. I'm just gonna kill him, I don't care. Contemplative and passionate. Okay. Let's test him out. That's so interesting. He's like stuck in the ground essentially. Well, sorry to hear that. Hope you feel better. Appreciate you stopping by for a little bit. It was nice chatting with you. Hope you get some good rest. Yeah, no, I get that. Just obviously prioritize your health. Wouldn't want you staying here feeling like, you know, feeling bad. You need to take a rest. You need to take a rest. But yeah, and there's always the VOD, but I know that's not really the same. But I'll pretty much be streaming every day for the foreseeable future, so it's not that bad. Yeah, see you tomorrow, hopefully. Again, get some rest. If you don't wanna actually be sick, thanks. I'll try. It should be a decent stream. That'll beat it today, but could get pretty close. Yeah, why not? I don't know how. So it's not really so it's just the shield. Now the chat's blocking the health of the pyre. That's a bit better. Okay. Okay, I definitely could have just jumped, but okay, that was some crazy lag there. Okay. I don't even know what that was supposed to be. Oh, come on. That lag. Not lag, that delay, I should say. Oh, yeah, no, this is... I think this is a lot of fun. I understand people don't like it, but I think it's fun. Alright. And yeah, I don't think I ever played anything like that. Mario Strikers or otherwise. Okay. Okay, he just did it. But yeah, sports games are usually not my type of games at all, if I'm being honest. But like, okay, just walk into the... There we go. Man. There's something about this game. I think just the similarity to Hades in terms of like the actual like movement and everything. I definitely I really don't like his style of gameplay, honestly. Yeah, no, you got the teleport, but then it just... Okay. He literally... Okay, man. You thought you were clever, but... No. Okay. Man. Yeah, I don't like playing with him like that. It's a bit of a awkward play style, if I'm being honest. Okay, man. It just crashed for some reason. It said a bunch of mumbo jumbo that I didn't understand, but man. I hope it at least saved. Okay. Should probably save me right before I did the... Is that right? Or right after, I should say. Let me try it out with this real quick. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's happened to me a couple times. Where I do better after I do it, after it crashes, or I find some different dialogue or something, depending on what game it is. But it's just annoying not knowing why the game crashed. Like, it tells me a bunch of code, and it's like, I don't understand what the fuck that means. Like, then you search up like the error code or some shit, and it's like some vague nonsense, and gives you like 10 different reasons as to why it is, like 17 different ways to fix it, and like none of them work. And it's just like, fuck off, man. Like, it's just irritating a lot of the time, especially when it's a game that doesn't crash like ever, and then it's just randomly having issues. I just find it a bit irritating, but most games aren't that bad in terms of technical difficulties. You know, Wolford is gonna take a little bit of getting used to. Okay. Yeah, no, that was just. I just teleported in the wrong direction. So the guys are like Olympic level athletes or something. What was that? Why did I suddenly... I just suddenly had no... no aura for some reason. Which that shouldn't really make sense. Okay. I'm getting more used to Bertrude's fight style. Nice. Okay, that's pretty. I like that. Oh my goodness. It's too good. Damn it. Ah, shit. Yeah, no, I don't really... It's more just not understanding what happened. Like, there are some times when technical fixes can be just super simple. You know, you don't have this specific file or whatever the fuck. But... damn it. A lot of times just really annoying bullshit that is really vague and isn't really explained properly. I'm supposed to keep... Okay, man. Supposed to keep the damn aura. But I don't... You know, I know about StreamerBot, but I haven't... You're right, because you have the... What, man? Okay. Because you have YouTube and... YouTube and Twitch, but I don't have that, so that's useless to me. But yeah, it seems annoying. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with stuff that's very useful. Is it's convenient in terms of what it can give you, but it's inconvenient in terms of how to actually use it. A lot of the times. You know, stuff like coding. But I don't blame you for quitting the programming. I've tried to do courses in like basic coding, and that shit goes over my head completely. So I have a lot of respect for people who can just actually sit down and do that. I'm sure I could learn it. I don't care. Like, I couldn't just sit there and do that all day. As a hobby, sure, but as an actual job, I don't think I would have the patience for it. Returned from confrontation with the Beyonders, and not a moment seemed to pass since you were gone, right? Yeah, no, OBS is a lot more easy to use, I think. I think this is kind of useless. Yeah, no, that's fair. I feel like unless you're like super passionate about, um, unless you like love that shit, I feel like coding is just so hardcore. At least from what I've seen. I know there's probably some misconceptions I have of it, but it seems so like you have to really be into that. If you only do stuff for the money, I feel like it gets kind of messy, but that's fair enough. I'm assuming Skrilla is supposed to mean money in Australian slang, because I've never heard that. I'm just using my brain. Yeah, that's fair. That is another thing. You might enjoy a thing or not enjoy a thing, but be bad at it, or enjoy a thing and be bad at it, or I mean, I figured it was money, but I just never heard that, so I just assumed it was Australian slang. Because I don't really know Australian slang in the first place. Kind of sounds like it to me, just from I don't know, but that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I've heard that once or twice. I don't really listen to rap like that, or that kind of rap. I don't know, but yeah, no, just like the way you would say it, Skrilla. I feel like it works really well in an Australian accent. But yeah, I mean, it's rough to find a good paying job and one that you're good at and you love. And that's just the three perfect things, but I feel like it's usually only two. You're that good at it and it pays well, but you hate it. Um, you love it, but it pays shit, and you're good at it. Or I don't know, my brain is getting scrambled. Either way, it's hard to get three. I think it's impossible to get three. Um, hmm. Yeah, I mean that's just the most effective method of getting work. 'Cause everybody needs something to be done in terms of manual labor, but it's obviously probably not something you actually want to do. Yeah, I'll just keep this until I can get him um, leveled up. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't think many people, even people who like construction, I don't think they want to be a regular grunt for the rest of their lives. You know, I feel like you would want like a construction company of your own, like at least to work with actual better wages and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, obviously you got to do what you got to do. The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rite. A hush has fallen over your fellow exiles. A sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions is unfazed. We sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby, her mind corrupted, calls out, screaming. Canst thou hear us, perhaps? She speaks of which Udmilde. Still don't know how to pronounce that name. Probably butchering it. The adversary whom you expect to face this night. The witch. She doth revere an ancient god undying and unyielding on this land and on her consciousness. We may attempt an exorcism here, for the conditions are unique, and she may not be expecting us to be abetting ye. Her the way she talks is so cool. I don't know why I like the old kind of English. Like, I don't know. I just enjoy characters who speak like that. It's very eloquent, I think. However, 'tis a risk upon her mind and mine own, although a worthwhile risk, perhaps. Bertrude seems to think that Woodmield can be weakened somehow through the coming right. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with their strange light. I might as well try it out. There. Starve Yaslak. Yaslak. That's such a, I don't know, that just sounds like an evil name. Yaslak. It's pretty cool though. Our adversary worships it, and whom it represents. Fixate upon that star reading one. If thou so darest, invoke its power. Do so, and our adversary Unmilde. She shall be emboldened, but also left vulnerable to our own sorceries. We may yet limit her ambitions thus. Ah, man. Well. So what I've done, Harn, Sungrease, Andriga, Erzek, Sylvius. Did I do Gandroth? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did Gandroth. So it's Bielanthius. That's gonna be kind of annoying.
Islak, astral born.
Yeah, I have 4 more, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's gonna be 3 more. Because it's 12 Titan stars. Probably not gonna be able to get all of them in this playthrough. We'll see how it goes. That was one of the Titan stars I was least looking forward to. Game's kind of, yo, Bikapi, I don't even know. I haven't seen you in such a long time. I forgot how to say your name. Welcome on in.
Deceiver, for I detect another exile in your ranks.
I appreciate you for coming in.
The exile Volfred Sandalwood himself. That
Shut up,
cursed
narrator.
sap.
How have you
I
been?
ought to have
How you
known
doing?
was behind all this. He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet you would heed his poisoned words over mine own.
Yeah, no, I've been back to streaming for a little bit.
We were friends.
What?
Then fine.
This dude.
Let us return to a more formal distance.
This dude just needs to stop talking. That's good to hear. I'm doing alright. I just started college. So I've been I'm feeling a bit better. Just getting stuff done. I've been trying to stream every day. So far I've been going for like 3 weeks. So
I mean, also can happen by mistake and stuff, so I mean, it makes sense why people
thank
don't
you. Yeah.
give that,
It's
I guess.
it's going good so far, so. But yeah, no. I appreciate it. I've been trying to get better at streaming and doing other stuff. Cause I stopped streaming for such a long time. You know, I mean, so far it's
Man, I still can't believe I thought.
it's good. I've been getting a lot of random clips from people. I mean, the whole point is getting a random clip, but getting a lot of vague clips that they don't really like, which is kind of interesting. Yes. What have we here? Ye have returned once more unto our presence. I don't know how to do her voice. Yes. We send something among ye. Who? Bertruth lives forth and gazes at her adversary. Thou, maggots, we should have known. Yeah, no, I was also, like, I've made clips, and then, like, I forget to actually do something with it, so it just, like, saves automatically and puts, like, the stream title. I have plenty of clips that I made of people like that, but I didn't realize that I was going to save, because it usually needs, like, a title. Sometimes it deletes, sometimes it doesn't. So I have like a good like 20 clips of people's streams where I was going to clip a specific moment, and then it just like takes like whatever 30 seconds and just puts the stream title name as the name. So yeah, but Virtue does not respond. Ye Nightwings, that one shall be of little benefit to ye. That one's sorceries are a mere pittance to the overwhelming might of ye Slock. Soon ye shall see. Huh. Okay, you're just... I mean, I was already gonna pick you, but you kind of just... didn't do the process, but whatever. Reader, my boy, let's confer a moment here. I'm returned now to the rites. A tradition that I had once disavowed. I love it. Like, it's one of, I don't know if you know Supergiant Games. They made Hades. And the newest one, Hades 2. This is one of their games. It's one of the least popular ones, by far. One of the least looked at ones. And I think it's such a shame because it's such a great game. I love it. It's one of my favorite games of theirs. I think it'll be my favorite one by the time I'm done. Like, everything about it is just so good. Yeah, I played it a little bit before, but I never finished it, so I just figured I'd do a, like, start from the beginning for stream and, like, do reading, like, read the dialogue out loud and try to do, like, voices and stuff, which I'm currently not doing very good at, but I'm just starting out, so I'm not gonna be too hard on myself about that. Yeah, it's not for everybody, but I really enjoyed the game. Cause it's niche. Like, it's not gonna be something everybody enjoys. And now that I've donned the raiments, the voice knows I am here. It is no matter really, for our plan is well in motion. All that remains for us is to prevail. I shall aid you and the others in this task as best I can. Let us see now whether these old limbs of mine are still of any use. All right.
And there he is at last, alive and well.
I appreciate the sub.
And now that you can hear me, Sandalwood.
Let me see, where do I... No, I mean, it's not small support. Any support is support for me.
You're causing quite a stir out in the
I do really
Commonwealth.
appreciate it.
You plant your little seeds of discontent. Know that your designs at sowing chaos shall not be.
I don't really have any emotes.
Now, good evening to you.
This fucking guy. I don't have any emotes or anything like that, but when I tried to make the free ones that more fitting for my stream in terms of like the colors and stuff, but I'm not really, I don't know. I just haven't really given thought to emotes or commissioning an artist, and I definitely don't have the artistic skill to make emotes myself. I was talking about it with another chatter. It's like I don't really have an idea of what I want. Like, I kind of went into like kind of light and colors because my name's Indigo, and then I called my channel points prisms, so it's like it's kind of going into that motif of light. And then my like lurk message talks about darkness, and it's like I don't really know exactly. I have kind of a theme, but I don't really know. I mean, yeah, I suppose. I don't have any pets though, so. Is that why I stopped? Okay, that's why I stopped having aura. Because it was literally pushing my aura away. That makes more sense. I thought it was bullshit, but if I had a pet, I would definitely, obviously use that, but I don't think there are very many cats in my neighborhood, honestly. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's, in general, using animals, I think is a good strategy, but now obviously they're the basic, like, high emote, raid emote, by, like different emotions, scared, happy, sad, all sorts of stuff, but it's like, I don't have it in my head. I haven't really sat down and, like, brainstormed. So it's something that's on my mind eventually, but I'm just not really focused on that. But I just want to actually get a better schedule, get better with my consistency, and actually get more viewers and such. Not that I care, I could stay right here and be fine. I'm glad that I even have, 170 people who want to follow me. Like, that's insane to me, but I think, it's not that I'm not serious about streaming, it's like, it's not really a source of income for me. And so I don't think there's any point in putting more effort into the subscriber stuff. It sounds bad, but it's like, that's not a priority for me right now. This is more of a hobby, so I think if it comes to that, I'll stop and think about it and try to brainstorm stuff, but I'm just more chilling right now. Now then, Nightwings. I look forward to conducting with you all, if and when, of course, the reader calls for us to stand as a triumvirate together. Oh, I thought he was just choosing for himself. That's why I was a bit confused. Reading 1. Thou invokest the star of Islak. So then, beware. Through our sorceries shall Udmidle be cast into a hopeless doubt about her faith upon her god. Oh, so that's the entire thing, is literally using the power of her eldritch being that she believes in, empowering her, but then still beating her. So it's like, even with the power of your god, you still fucking lost. That's cold, actually. Oh, I mean, I can barely even call Islak a god, more of like a demon, if anything. Shall be done if we prevail, but only if. Your own mind shall perhaps be forfeit otherwise. It seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Uldmilde shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall instead. You should have told me that before, but whatever.
Choose now your band of traitors.
What does it say? Automatically suffers damage. Alright, didn't we already see that? I swear I already said that. 52. Damn. How fucking old is she? Goodness gracious. Okay.
Bertrude. Volfred.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to use Pamatha.
It is done.
Udmilde. Whatever her designs upon the rights, they cannot be good. She has dangerous intent. Now then, Nightwings. You wish to mock Islak? Ye, in your infinite foolishness, shall be among the first to suffer. Huh. It's great to have bots. Like bots that ban other bots, not.
Commence.
Okay. No, you don't. Oh, fuck out of here. Holy crap.
Your adversaries are the first.
Holy crap, I might lose here actually.
Begone. That was the last of them. The flames of freedom.
One of our own. Seeketh ye the lifeblood for thyselves, yes? Ye wretched witch. Tampering with eldritch forces, of which ye knowest not. Ye forfeit everything for an abomination from the stars. Quaint. We thought perchance ye sought the true enlightenment, yet ye reveal yourselves to be as narrow as the things which ye now consort, with which ye now consort. Ye slack shall devour ye as all the rest. Hissing is kind of
The foul witch Udmilda.
Udmilda.
She served the scribes as faithfully as the monstrosity which she adores. Banishment for all.
Okay. Please. Oh my goodness.
Pathetic.
What the heck, man?
Shame.
Okay. What was that?
Come on.
Holy shit, they're doing so much. They're so fast. Like, I know I chose that.
Udmilda's not so scary now. Onward thus to greater glory.
Come on.
Why, that was all of them. Blessed be.
Please. Come on.
Now end the ceremony. And in
Holy
its
shit.
the night wings prevailed.
That was so close.
The victory so narrowly achieved, and thus more glorious. The rite is complete.
Oh man. Never seen her get so upset. It's kind of hilarious actually. Ah man. Voicing this is gonna be kind of rough. Let's see. How can this be? How can this be? You slack. Answer us. You slack. You slack. The witch Udmilde. Something like that. He said it once. It was kind of similar to how I was saying it. Continues with her screaming, having been defeated in the right. That must just be so disheartening. This little entity you believed in for such a long time. 52 years. 52 years exiled here. Sacrificing everything. Not like she cared that much about society, but, you know, let's say she was like in her 30s or something. You know, she'd be 80 something now. She's probably older than that. this thing you've dedicated your entire life to, and you're really empowered by their power, and then you still get beaten. So that either means that they're not real, or that they're just weak as shit. That there's something else stronger than them. Either way, that would just be a crushing blow. You observed Bertrude there, fixed in a meditative pose. Huh. She's almost kind of like a mother figure. She just wants her to understand. She has a lot more to her character than I thought at first. And I obviously knew that she was kind of a big softie. That's just how characters like her are, but I'm surprised she cares so much. You know? I don't know, I feel like it's more than just a connection to her because she's the same species. She's a very interesting character. There, Udmilde. Relent. Thy God has not abandoned thee, because thy God is dead. Okay? Not sure if that's supposed to be like a gloating statement or just like matter of fact. She doesn't seem like the gloating type, so. Thy God is dead. Pray to him all thou likest, yet shall do thee no good. I don't know how to. I feel like she was just saying that matter of factly. I mean, she was thinking it, but she doesn't seem like the type to just be cruel. As Bertrude recedes into the shadows, Udmilde slumps down, staring at nothing before her. Impossible. This cannot be. Answer us. Huh. Damn.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways.
No, come on, man.
Until the next rite.
Back to the Black Wagon. You're taking some time to recover after triumphing over the withdrawn, in spite of almost having lost, when Wolford approaches. I wasn't even able to get the fucking the orb with Wolford once. It was rough. If it wasn't for freaking Bertrude and especially Pamitha, I would have lost. That was so close. I think it was like, what, 2 more hits? I was at like 30 or something. That was bad. Especially not only because they had the, more, speed and basically just better tactics overall, but they also had, they just automatically did 20 damage to our Pyre from the start, which was just, that was rough. The Nightwings are in capable hands these days, my boy. Thank you for your continuous efforts, given all the challenges we face. The rites might be ending, but we still have time to achieve our plan, especially if you continue to prevail like that. Come, let's see who we shall square against when next the stars align. If there's any triumvirates to keep away from getting freedom, it's the Withdrawn, the Essence, and the Chastity. Those 3 are just, they will ruin society. The Accusers are not great people, but the Dissidents are just kind of a bunch of rowdy freaking, I guess they're technically gang members. They don't seem that bad. If they're willing to hold up their end of a deal, then they're not horrible. Fate is obviously chill. The Tempers are fine. Well, Ignarius beat almost a man to death because he pissed him off a little bit, but he seems chill other than that, which isn't really a good sign. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Yeah, the Pyre Hearts. I mean, they're just pathetic. Okay, let's see who else. You can also be Chastity for. I honestly don't care about fighting Lindell. Let's see, who am I facing? The Accusers. Damn, 14 losses. That's kind of crazy. Alright, the Fate lost to us, so they're at the bottom. Tempers are slowly climbing. I mean, they're the most balanced out of everyone. They only ever have one more loss when they lose to us. Pyre Hearts and Chastity continue to be the worst of the bunch. Accusers are actually doing really well overall. You know, the Pyre Hearts at least won 4 times. The Chastity just kind of suck in general. But you know, Essence, Chastity, and Withdrawn cannot be allowed to leave. Like, no way. Well, you know, if we think of just in general with the, in terms of like the damage to society, they literally want to bring back like straight up just Satan, like just evil incarnate. So no, like they're not safe. They want to destroy all of society themselves. So no. And I mean, he's just a fucking asshole, so fuck him. It's really it. Well, I just realized, does this also have Tide? I'll do. Them, because I want to do the quickness one. I want to get every single one at least once. Stars reveal to you a path toward the original goal. Where the rite shall soon continue. Come morning, your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest. Hello, my boy. Tizo and I. We were just reminiscing on old times. Tizo's happy to have Wilfred back among the Nightwings once again. Thank you, Tizo. I'm happy to be among the Nightwings as well. Though, you understand why we were forced to be apart for so long, don't you? Tizo indicates he understands full well. I trust... I don't know why I was going to say understand. I trust that Tariq provided some good company and song during the intervening time. Tizo confirms he did enjoy traveling alongside the Lone Mitchell for some time. And there he is, right on cue. Something I can do for you, Volfred, sir. Volfred laughs warmly at this. No, Tariq. We're well enough for now. Tizo and I, we're just remembering the time when we first met, the 3 of us. Tizo was rather apprehensive then, as I recall. He was merely being circumspect, I'm sure. Tizo has the sharpest instincts of us all. But the bite he gave to you, sir, it left a permanent impression, did it not? It did indeed. Consider it a mark of friendship. May it stay with me all my days. It's a good reminder that, despite the challenges we faced together in the past, my time among the Nightwings has been extraordinary. It's like for these two, like I think they have about the same tone of voice in terms of like the pitch, but he feels a bit more subservient. Of like he feels like he's a bit more like amiable, where he's like, you know, how can I help you? What do you need? So I can change my tone of voice to fit that. Sometimes with certain characters I can kind of tell their personalities, and sometimes it works. Other times it's a bit more tricky. It's really just finding that angle and kind of getting a read on what kind of character they are. It's really just, it's so fascinating. It's not something that you essentially have to think like that character. You have to imagine what they would sound like. Knowing what they would sound like works, but like being in their head and imagining how they would feel in certain moments and what they would do in certain situations, how they would say stuff and what they would talk about, kind of not like that in depth, you know. It's not like I'm actually acting or anything like that, but when I am trying to emulate the character, but I'm not like doing straight up Hollywood acting or anything. It's just, it's interesting how those little things can help you figure out what a person is like. Like just changing that voice a tiny bit helps differentiate between this person and this other person, because I'm doing basically the same pitch for both of them, because I think that's about, like, just in general, their voice acting, how deep both of their voices are, but they have that, just that different tone. Likewise, can I say the same, sir? Tizo shares a sentiment as well. Both returns to you. I shall apologize, my boy. Here we are talking of a history you do not share. Believe me when I say we're skipping over many of the bad parts. What I mean is, it isn't my intention to exclude you as we wax nostalgic. The Nightwings that you know, we're a strange assortment, are we not? Those of us who share some kinship from the past, suppose we cannot help but seek some warmth in it, but it should not be to the exclusion of the friendships that we forge right now. So please, why don't you join us for a bit? Together, you, Wolfred, Tizo, and the Lone Minstrel talk a while about the times gone by. Three of them are pleased to be back in one another's company again, having grown close through shared experience in the past. Just the same, they have welcomed you into the group. In spite of the hardships you have faced, some of these idle moments you shared together may one day form memories you think back on with fondness. Soon the conversation winds down, though it lifted all your spirits for the while. The foul name of the Star Titan is written here but once. Do not invoke it, lest you aid its reawakening. It saps upon despair and fear and doubt, and lands such as our own. To us, our mighty huntress Melith, which tracked the astral-born monstrosity within its loathsome pit, where it lay nursing wounds sustained from traveling across the stars in search of simple prey. The wicked astral-born could drive a lesser creature to the brink of sanity with a mere glance, but not Melith. She cast upon the fiend 100 words of binding, each one more binding than the last. With the creature's incandescent skin, we bound this book and bound ourselves unto the stars. They were drawn to spawn forth from the wild witch Melith, in whose vigilant pursuit of the unknown and the unknowable I always felt a certain kinship. Whether the withdrawn or Melith's kin by blood, or merely worshippers, we trusted one another not to ask or care. What mattered was that Melith chose the most audacious minds, who stopped at nothing, short of the impossible. Though ever distant, the withdrawn revealed to us such truths about the land which long lay hidden, even to one such as I. Their knowledge ever waking into newfound depths of consciousness, they lead us all to better know ourselves. That's pretty much it, right? And it's really just the accusers, the chastity, and isn't that it, basically? Because the Beyonders don't really count. Nightwings is us. And then we just look at the planner, actually. So we got the Nightwings, we got the Withdrawn, Distance, Pyre, Hearts, Temper, Essence, and the Fate. So yeah, it's the Chastity, and it's the Accusers. I'm sure I'll have a chance to fight the Accusers at some point. spite of having checked earlier, you realize the black wagon suffered some damage to one of its wheels. Panther is already working on repairs, but not having much luck. I never get why you Commonwealth plebes like traveling on wheels. Hours later, the wheel was fit for travel again, although fixing it seemed to take a toll on her. Okay, just cool. Panther is staring out the window as you approach. I miss flying, reader darling. Take it from me. It feels as good as you would expect. It's not enough for those Commonwealth brutes to cast us down here. If they can get their fingers on us, they make sure we never fly again as we once did. All the while calling an act of mercy. Let me ask you something, You've learned a thing or two. What have your studies taught you of my kind? The violence they have caused, harps of the high wing remnants have despoiled the Commonwealth for an entire age. You know what they have suffered? The long-held enmity between the harps and the Commonwealth has led the winged race to ruin. You know they share a common. You share a common ancestor. Said that when some of the ancient harps relinquished their wings, the conflict began. You know, little of her kind. Commonwealth rumors and folktales are to be taken with a healthy dose of skepticism. I mean, technically, all these are true. I really don't know that much in general. You admit to having little knowledge of the harps or the high wing remnants, other than your limited experience in Commonwealth hearsay. Oh. Come now. There's no need to be so modest. Surely you've heard much of the terrors that we've caused, that we slew and ate all of our males and the like. Here I was hoping you'd indulge me just a bit. My kind certainly aren't known for their good sense of humor. I can tell you that. My little tongue got me into no small amount of difficulty, but I learned to keep it well under control. I mean, you haven't really done such a great job with that either, but you are an outcast for a reason. The mountains I come from, the views there certainly are something. There's a bleakness to it too, being surrounded only by those consumed by the desire to avenge. We're very proud like that. Everybody vying to be the strongest, to kill the most of you. That way we might just get a shot with the prince, continue the line, if he even exists. Understanding is that the males of the harp are all gone, though perhaps one remains. So then how the heck do they still exist? They're just dying out little by little, and eventually they'll all disappear. They might, as poison spiders do, and would slay each other in their sleep. The Archjustice and Droblies the Ninth. Imagine that being the best case scenario, darling. She shakes her head. Anyway, I was just thinking I'd rather enjoy the traveling we've done. The change of scenery does me some good. Perhaps I'll stick to wandering after all this. In fact, I have a fancy for some wandering right now, if you'll excuse me. She heads out of the wagon into the lush overgrowth of Downside Prairie. Messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing toward your wagon, here in the lonesome lands of Downside Prairie. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, as Rookie would have done. The imp's message turns out to be about him. You learn Rookie's past transgressions have all been forgiven since his return to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and place of business. Must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Rookie always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly, however, he refused the gifts. Instead, he tracked down Volfred's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed word for word from something Rookie said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get back here soon, or else." I didn't really have a voice for him before. I didn't really know what to say. Don't really remember his voice lines. I think he was kind of in the middle. Not too deep, not too high. But we thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon has all your companions stalking. I had every faith that our friend Ruki would stand tall and rise to the occasion. Ah, the noble Ruki. He's such a shining example unto us all. Tizo was happy to learn that Ruki joined the revolution in the Commonwealth. Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury, but maybe he got used to it out here. We understand this Ruki holds no small degree of influence, at least among his kind. Don't you think he must be sad to have turned down the house? I hope he isn't sad. The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Also, like, the speed of which I read the dialogue also affects how different the characters sound. Like, for someone like Faye speaking fast and high, has that level of, like, chaotic curiosity and innocence. I don't know, just it's so interesting just how differently you say things affects how it sounds. I feel like that's just not something you're thinking about. You just speak how you speak and that's it. But just the slightest inflection, the slightest change to how you say something, how slow or fast it is, you know, just everything, it changes. Like you just sound completely different. I think it's interesting. It's not something I would have thought of until unless I did something like this, voicing different characters and doing different voices that aren't really my own, like the way I actually talk in daily life. Messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat from you and rushes off. Not bad. Hey guys, say, what are you guys doing all the way back here? You know, it's not so bad here. I was thinking, and I got some pretty good stuff. I think you want to check it out. Yeah, no. That's still the roughest voice for me. I don't really know how to fully do that. But I feel like it's a little bit better about doing it if I just kind of hold my breath. I could just plug my nose, I suppose. What is this? It's actually not bad. No. Must be a lucky day here. It's not exactly the same thing, because I can't control exactly how. Must be a lucky day here. It has the same effect, but it's not exactly. It's more of a muted tone rather than the actual nasally one I want. Because the way I do it, I kind of have a bit more control over how my voice sounds. But I mean, this is the first character I've had to have this kind of voice, so it's really just messing around and seeing what works, what sounds good, and what doesn't. Must be a lucky day here. I don't know what, Dad. I was just like speaking in general in that different voice and then having to do different like pauses, and it's a lot of work. It's cool, honestly. Once more you have returned to the ridge of goal. Your companions stand ready beneath a still night sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. You hear some of their words to one another as you await the signal of the stars. This night awaits our glorious confrontation against the Tempers. Any moment now. Tizo is trying to get Sir Gilman to look up at the stars. Just then, you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and your companions soon fall silent. Ah, man. It's these three that I haven't done. They already do 30. I don't know if I should do this one because they're going to be the hardest to deal with since they do the most damage. So I should just get it out the way. If I should do this. I'll just...
Sharks, 6 shoulders.
Why not just both?
Unfathomed plurness.
I'm gonna regret that, but...
Tis time again, you exiles of the Night Wings.
Oh, shut up.
The 8 scribes summon you to the Ridge of Gaul. The triumvirate you stand against shall be the Tempers. Snuff out their Pyre's flame and show your worth. Now prepare yourselves.
Hey, look. It's the gang that sent us packing at the Fall of Solium. You know, I've been waiting awful long to get a shot against you here. Kept waiting so damn long, I got a little rusty there, I guess. I'm waiting on this shot to get back at you, to get you back for that one, Nightwings.
Go on then.
Hmm. 44%. Why not? Actually, yeah. Yeah, let's do this.
Now begin.
Okay. Okay.
Red-handed. Spectacular! The orb has hit the mark.
Alright, it's gonna be. Damn it. Got us good already. Well then, come on. The fun's just getting started. Oh man.
Seize the orb.
What is with this fucking lag? Holy shit. No, seriously. Stop. My goodness. Okay, man.
Oh, you poor Nightwings.
How the?
Thrust straight into your flames.
Man. Yeah, no, I'm gonna need to.
Oh, not Ignarius.
Every time. I don't look exactly at where I need to. Oh my.
Wherever did the night
Bro.
a rather cunning trick.
They're so fucking fast.
Now go.
Oh my god. No.
Quite the close call there, no? Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to just do it with freaking Pamela at this point.
There.
Oh my goodness.
A crushing blow against
Dude, I literally saw it touch him.
a blessing keeps the pyre burning.
Holy shit.
Too slow, Ignatius.
Bro. Oh my fucking goodness. No, you don't.
In goes
Oh, man. Come on. Come on. I can keep this alive. I can do this.
Good.
No, fuck you. Oh, fuck off.
Banishment. Shall it be? Indeed.
Okay. Come on. I need to.
Splendid.
Come on.
Fey banished. And it is done.
Fucking annoying, man.
The tempers prevail.
Whatever.
A richly deserved victory.
They had freaking 3 Titan Stars helping them out. I need 2 more hits
The
there.
night is complete.
I should have just walked into them. And it's so annoying because they don't even know that they have things helping them, so they think they actually are good when they're not. Ain't even broke a sweat. You Nightwings ain't so tough as before. Be seeing you around. Next time, we should have to do better. Scribes, they test our faith? They test our faith.
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained.
Oh, come on. It's like a bit of freaking... That's so annoying.
What is it you recall there, Wolfred, my old friend?
The rights demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, free of any doubt. I've grown more accustomed to being part of the Nightwings of today. I'm not got a single freaking... point with him. Ah, man. that was so
Till
bad.
the next
I should have done only 2 or only 1. Then I got none of them. Whatever. I got so close there, though. I was trying too hard to be cautious, and it just ended up screwing me over. After you were defeated by the Tempers, just barely, there's little time for you to rest, as yet. The night beckons, and the next rite reveals itself to be a vital one. It's already time, reader. Come see it for yourself. The coldness of the season now presents to us another chance. He heads out straight away, and you follow in turn. Indeed, among the remaining stars, you see one with which you are familiar now burns ever brightly. Oh. $60, huh? Already, other Nightwings summoned back to Mount Elodio. Picture the rites as a wheel broken free from a black wagon, turning uncontrollably, and soon shall reach a sudden stop. We should have several chances left for someone to go free, either us, or else our adversaries, but not both. What is at stake? Each time is further complicated now, I must admit. Knowing we have so few opportunities remaining. Those whom we send back into the Commonwealth, should our plan somehow fail, they may look back upon their exile with fondness. So, returning to the Commonwealth is not inherently a mercy, I don't think. Moreover, there are also those among us whom we count on to prevail in the rites. We need them on the Nightwings just as much as we need them in the Commonwealth. Cannot simply grow our numbers here given the circumstances. And so, who stays, who goes? These choices affect us all. No pressure there, my boy. Now, I don't know about you, but I shall go and take my leave for now. But I set forth again at daybreak. You soar near to the border of the Sandfolds. Your companions first found you in the downside long ago. There's nothing for you there, and you wish never to see it again. Fair enough. Pretty sure there's really nothing else in terms of points to inspect. Okay. Guess we killed it. let's see. Once more we sail above the fall of Solium. Temple to the 8 scribes awaits us at the summit. None have seen the temple, save for those worthy to conduct the rites there. Myself and my counterpart Celeste. You may then wonder whence it came. The cycle of the rites has turned since the beginning of this age. Over its course, whilst waiting for the cycle's turns, some exiles thus paid tribute to the 8 scribes. I think the scribes may not have wanted such extravagance, or carved effigies to them along the way. Yet, it is for triumvirates to decide how best to honor the rites. They chose to honor them as you see there. How you remember this? Of course. Whether you even wish to do so, it is yours to decide. Scribes will not want otherwise. Yeah, no, I figured. I appreciate the lurk. As always, I know our time zones are very different. Alright, I have another viewer who's also from Southeast Asia, and those time zone differences are kind of crazy, but I always appreciate, someone who's like 12, 13 hours ahead of me, taking time to stop by my stream even for a little bit. So, don't you worry about that. You make landing upon Mount Elodial, where Volfred pulls you aside, while the others complete the post-flight inspection. He puffs out his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I now wear... Actually... Let me make sure of something. I'm not sure. Either way. Reader, as you know, I now wear the raiments once again. This means I, myself, may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. No, however, it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true I could be of some benefit to our plan back in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on a sure footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter, and I wanted you to know. I shall, of course, defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom, if not soon, then by when all this is over. Alright, this is gonna be rough. Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go. Watch the stars die out, and get your idiots their freedom. And you be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseeing did her job. You tell him that. Perhaps that way he shall put in a good word. The scribe shall finally provide for me a bit of a reprieve. She falls silent for a time. I do not know what else to do, reader. But you remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts as you are able to afford. That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I care not for your pity. Do not come visit me again like this without my asking. I insist. Alright then. Just name the victim, and I should be more than pleased to make him or her suffer for a bit. Oh man, okay. U.S. Standards administer one of her special trials for Volfred. That fancy talking sap, you mean. I should be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Then let us bring him forth. Soon Volfred appears and he does the summons. So it is my turn then, is it? Let us see what we can do, my boy. This is gonna be rough. This might be the hardest one out of all of them. You know, teleport is good, but it's like, it's just rough. Because there's like a good 2 seconds before the aura comes back, and listen well, Sap. You answer to me here. As you will, oh, Sandra the Unseeing. Proper as ever then. Though, I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead. And let us see if you and your lovely reader has reached a thorough understanding of it as of yet. I don't know, I'm messing up the words now. Come on, man. Takes like a good second for this aura to come back. Ah, man, okay. No, you don't. $25. Not bad. Okay. Okay, I don't even know what that was. I don't know what that was either. Okay. I totally thought they would catch that, but apparently not. Okay, you're gonna like actually oh fuck you. Annoying ass motherfuckers. Oh shut up. It has a specific like range. And it doesn't let me like you don't control the teleport, you just control the direction. So I was trying to teleport into her and kill her, but it didn't work. I'm grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra. Flattery should get you anywhere, so never get you anywhere with me, Sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient, you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order. To you, to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Alright, let's see what he gets. 'Cause I need something really good to play with him properly. Especially, I'm gonna be giving away the throwing speed. I've not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed one. She has not changed a bit. I mean, I don't know how she would have changed. But it seems she left something for us. Did she? Farther. That's pretty good, actually. We'll have to see how good it is, but it's good. You know what? Let's just do a quick practice, right? See how good it is. that's a lot slower. I would not have enough time to be throwing it. Every time I forget that I could do this. Okay, man. You guys kind of suck, but sure. Man. Okay. They were defending it and then they just moved out the way for some reason. Okay. Yeah, I know. If I can use the... I'm really surprised no one grabbed that midair or something. That only really worked because of the barriers in this specific arena that won't work in an actual fight. As you return, the Beyond Their Crystal seems to shimmer somewhere in the corner as though anticipating your return. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Bertrude visit the monument of Triesta Tithys here in Emperor's Ascent. Ye ancient gods, who flit among the stars, grant thy boon on Sandalwood, if one is to be granted, for he shall put it to good use. He seems to still believe in ye, to some extent at least. Thus shall we do the same, for now, and honor thy traditions. Soon she's finished paying her respects, returns to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Triesta Tithys has shown you favor. Soon shall ascend the mountain, though there is time now to pursue your vocations. I want to see who I free, who I'm able to free. Approach Bertrude just as she has finished polishing the various bottles, flasks, and vials that your fellow exile have collected during your travels through the downside. The evidence of thy travails, how brazenly ye put them on display. Ye tempt these lands to swallow ye. She lets out a long breath. Nonetheless, these trinkets stir our memories, not merely of these lands, but the country whence we came. No, reading one, that we are here because of Sandalwood. We met him long ago within the Summon Bogs. He offered many courtesies, and in exchange we found agreeable. We sought then certain reagents, necessary to our studies of the heavens and the earth. And he knew where to procure them. In exchange, we were to boil for him our finest inks. So basically they were co-conspirators. Even if they didn't know that, even if the crones didn't know that they were helping writing and all that stuff, they were still accomplices, so still got caught up in everything. A certain recipe, notorious, yet secret, stain could never be removed. Oh, but the Commonwealth misliked it, so you can't erase the ink. Interesting. to us. Then we first began collecting samples of the region of the downside. For Sandalwood was ever true to his word. Long had we studied this accursed place, Black Basin, the chaos of the deathless tempest, the richness of the bogs of flagging hands, land so far away, and yet they called to us. If Molten Malith was able to traverse the downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely 'twas not beyond the reckoning that we could do the same. Mistress of Fire and Dust claimed she could shatter the world with a flick of her wrist. Furthermore, but she hesitates. It matters not, reading one. Thou hast indulged our tales long enough for now. She slithers away without further explanation. She seems reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her past with Wolfred, yet you sense that she is here by choice. So, I mean, I have everybody's. I mean, yeah, no. You needed someone cursed or guarantees of fortune on a big day, to consort with elder patrons such as Ophim Unburied or Marcel Neater Eyes. You go see Big Bertrude. Dead repenting and did not linger in his grave for very long at all. It's rightly held that nothing beneath the heavens is beneath his notice. She was one of the most infamous alchemists of her day, and plied her trade right under the Commonwealth's nose without regard. Ironically, it was a modest-sounding request for printing inks that ultimately got her in trouble, resulting in her exile. Downside, her reputation preceded her. She resumed her practice. I mean, that should be everybody's biography, except for Hedwyn. Hedwyn's really the only one we didn't get to learn about. Now I'm gonna need Wolfred to catch up and $2,000. It's not gonna be enough, but I should try. Should be interested to see which lessons you have taken from the book. Illustrate to Wolfred some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all three of the triumvirate can prove as with one mind, since he grasps some of the concepts. Just so, I must say, my boy, your understanding of the rites is more than I expected. Thanks, I guess. Okay. No clue how I'm getting there, but sure. Well then, I went down and then somehow up and around again. En route to the mountain top, you pass by a monument to Under King Oris, and Wolfred happens to take notice. Orlick, was this somehow your doing? You, who curse the scribes and stars themselves? I pray for you at this time. I pray for you this time. And if the scribes will for the rites to be ended, then we shall have to work with that. No setback shall be insurmountable. Soon he has finished paying his respects. Prepare to continue your ascent, since the Under King Oris has shown in favor. Well, it's not bad. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of Scribe's Gate, before an archway carved of stone, where stands the gate guardian. Greetings to you, Celeste. I see the exiles of the Nightwings have returned, even as the cycle of the rites begin drawing to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the scribes. I kind of forget exactly what tone I was using for him. I know it was more calm, but I think it was just softer. The gate guardian laughs at this softly for some reason. And you, Tariq, do you accept their will as well? But the lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you, come forth and state what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. You all pass through as before. When Wolford takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You. I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. Well, I do not know exactly why. I have my fears. One of my contemporaries. He who fell from the summit long ago. He lives and seeks his liberty again. He stands against us now and believes his triumvirate to be the true Nightwings. I remember well the contemporary whom you mean. Then the Nightwings stand divided. Yes. And so, I wear the raiments once again, in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Wolfred Sandalwood, and I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we might all stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Wolfred's words for a moment. I see. Then, move along. Totally thought she would be like Commonwealth, sympathizer and be like, how dare you try to destroy our beautiful society and like stop him from coming in. But surprisingly, she doesn't seem to be like that. The Guardian of Scribe's Gates regards you all. Scribe's Gate regards you all. And then she beckons you onward. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Celeste? What is it, Tariq? The will of the scribes. Long how we both followed it. I think you would agree. In equal measure has it drawn us close as separated us. But the aim now is to keep us apart for another age or longer, then no, I do not accept their will. You blaspheme, Tariq, and at the gate no less. But then the lone minstrel simply puts his hat back on. Then he describes themselves, admonish me. Until tomorrow night, Celeste. I mean, he wants something, and he's gonna try his best to get it. That's the most amount of personality we've seen out of him. And they're always teasing some sort of relationship, but I didn't really think it would actually be romantic. It's interesting. I mean, they were the two most mysterious characters for sure. So I'm glad that we're getting a bit more from them. Having reached the peak of Mount Lodial again, you see the vastness of the downside all around you. Leaves you deep in thought regarding which of your companions ought to go free this night, as Rookie did the last time. Okay. Wilfred looks up as you approach and smiles. I never thought that I would say such things, my boy, but it is good to wear the raiments and the rites once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, 9 weeks of the day, we are a very different beast than the triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 3. Well, 4, with Tizo who proved to be an exception, though historically the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I've mentioned my predecessor, Brighton, my former companions, Arisa and Orlek. He still just looks so similar to Tariq to me. I don't know why. It says that he was betrayed, but it doesn't say that she betrayed Orlek, which is strange. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. But seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there's more you wish to learn of them. Yeah. I'm assuming we can ask about all 3. You inquire about Brighton, who you understand was liberated prior to when Wilfred first joined the Nightwings. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now. Though, for that matter, my boy, so do you. He studies your reaction. Is he the fucking narrator? Or... he's a narrator, isn't he? Because he said, my friend. I mean, the narrator, the voice is someone who knows Wilfred and Volfred knows who the voice is, just didn't say his name. And he does kind of sound like a snob. It's kind of obvious now. Brighton was born wealthy, but not special otherwise. You have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. Do not know exactly why, and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Irissa and Orlek, who found in me a suitable replacement. Alright, I'll appreciate you stopping by for a little bit and lurking. Yeah, have a good rest. And thank you. Found me a suitable replacement following his liberation. He spoke little of him. Thanks. I'm trying my best. It's kind of hard sometimes with having similar voices, but it's actually kind of fun when I stop caring so much. Yeah, I'm glad I'm doing a decent job. I spoke little of him. Orlek gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but he assured me I soon would hear from him myself. Yeah, now it's just trying out stuff, doing things you don't really do. And yeah, it's really just kind of once you stop caring about certain things and how people see you, at least for me, it's really myself stopping me. Like, most people don't really care about things like this. You know, most people wouldn't judge me. It's myself judging me. So I just stop before I do something instead of giving it a chance. So I'm trying to be better about it. I mean, I still get embarrassed and a bit shy sometimes, but it is what it is. There's no point in life if you don't get embarrassed from time to time. Do something stupid. You know, it's nice to see that like there's a difference between like knowing it and like actually seeing somebody say, hey, you're doing a good job with this. I definitely do better with like actually having that evidence. Well, yeah, no, I'm not a professional voice actor and anything like that, so it's really just practice. And just like continue doing it over and over. I'll get used to it. But yeah, have a good rest. I don't want to keep you here with my yapping, so I can keep talking forever. I'm sure you need to get some rest. Again, I appreciate the sub. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, streaming and everything has always been. It's been such an integral part of my life these last like 5 years. So I'm glad I started it. All right, yeah, no, you should get some rest. Yeah, I'm glad that people have fun here. I mean, I know I'm not the most entertaining, but I try my best, and I try not to think of stuff like that too much. And everyone has a different sense of entertainment, but I mean, I upload my VODs on YouTube, and I mean, I have it here. And I also post some, you know, when I record myself sometimes, which is like gameplay, regular, but I'm glad you found my voice nice. I used to hate my voice, honestly, but I've gotten used to it as I've been streaming. There's another reason why I wasn't doing voices before, but yeah, no. I understood what you were saying. Don't worry about it. But yeah, no, I try to be chill. So I'm very glad that you feel that way. I actually started with YouTube, but I never really got far with it. It's kind of harder to. It's easier to get found. It's easier to. I think it's easier for your videos to get found, but it's harder to actually build an audience. I think it's a lot easier to get people on here, but it's a lot harder for people to find you. But I don't really do TikTok. I mean, I have a TikTok account. I don't post on social media like that. I only post my life. I don't even know how to get like engagement and stuff like that. That's just maybe eventually, but I know that's how most people get their stuff and why people blow up while I stay a bit smaller in that sense, but I didn't start Twitch to get big. I'll think about it. It's been on my mind for a bit, but I just don't really have the know-how to do that stuff. I don't know. I'll think about it though. And I appreciate it. Most of it is just the VODs. But I've got some other like gameplay stuff there as well. He showed me I soon would hear from him myself. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book, which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Wilfred looks at you as if to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, there brightens liberation. He assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth, a new responsibility to the triumvirate which liberated him. The voice you hear from time to time, whensoever the stars align, it's his. He's no longer Brighton. He is now none other than Archjustice Androbules the Ninth himself, the Grand Judge and figurehead under whose watch the Commonwealth is governed in this day. So he's the absolute piece of garbage who doles out all the absolute injustice. Yeah, no, it just hasn't really crossed my mind that much. I know that's how most people get their views. They post on Twitter and they post on TikTok and all that stuff. On Instagram, they have their followers, and then people find them. I just don't do the self-promotion stuff all that much. I don't know. That's one thing I haven't really been interested in. Is like, I don't want to really get that big, honestly. I like having this small little community. I mean, it'd be nice, but like, I feel like after a while, you have to start moderating really well, and then having to like kick people out if they start doing stuff, and it's a bit of a hassle. Yeah, no, for sure. I've never tried it, but I should expand. I should have it in my mind. Yeah, I think the upper limit I would want is like 500 followers. I think no more than like 1,000, but I mean that's like if it happens. That's in the future, but I don't know. I think it'd just be kind of overwhelming. But I'd appreciate it either way. It's just, yeah, for sure. I don't know how I would deal with like, even 20 people in chat talking at the same time. Like once there's like 3 or more people, like I start to have to focus on chat so much, and like I start missing stuff, and I have to like scroll back up and make sure I'm responding to everything, and then I have to also, play the game as well and make content. Because as much as I'd love to just be here for like 5 hours and talk to people, I do want to play the game, So it's like, I like in-depth conversations. If someone says something, I'm gonna, ask a question about it. I'm gonna make comments on it. I'm not just gonna say like one little thing and then be done. So when there's like multiple people, it's like I want to respond to every single one in depth and share my thoughts on it. So it's just kind of, that's why I like having, going into smaller people's streams, and in general having like 2 or 3 people max talking, or it just feels like kind of like a friend hangout. Yeah, no, it's rough, but either way, I enjoy either way, but I'm not really used to having a lot of people in chat. Liberated exiles retain certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank them for, not just their freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. Yeah, that's fair. I enjoy story games a lot, and I like reading, but it does present a bit of a problem. But yeah, no, get some rest. I'll see you later. And I appreciate everything, as usual. Have a great week. Liberate exiles. Not just freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. Okay. The theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth do not appear. They do not wear masks and raiment simply for sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Thanks. They do not wear masks and raiment simply for sake of ceremony. Yeah, I guess that is true. Their public paths are nothing but a fabrication. Like Brighton, they were once exiles too. So it's one of those deals where it's like everybody, there's really no status. Everybody was the same. But they pretend like they're better than you. Interesting. Okay. Brighton, that voice. He has no love for either one of us by now. He knows full well what we attempt to do. Yet, he's bound by the traditions of the rites. He shall always stand in ceremony and complain, but I think he knows, deep down, that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long forgotten exiles such as we. I mean, it's so hilarious. All he can do is just talk shit and comment and freaking spectate and make commentary on the plays that we make. That must be so frustrating for him. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you'd want to pursue, I should apologize. Now then, whom else should we talk about? This woman. You ask about Orisa, whom you understand betrayed Orlek at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy, but I suppose you ought to know something of Orisa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. I don't think anything could justify what she did, but okay. She murdered one of her own in cold blood. Like, she didn't just push him out the way and then go in and try to escape herself. You know, she pushed him off a mountain and then got herself killed because she thought that the stories of dying if you choose to go into the swimming pool and you're not the person being liberated was a bunch of baloney, even though the ritual itself exists and is true and all this stuff. So like, why would that be false? Everything else is true, but this is false. Like, I don't care. There's no excuse for murdering one of your own. If it was something like he was being tyrannical and he was like, no, you know, I don't care, I'm gonna be the one to be liberated, and that's different. You know, if he was being an asshole, that's completely understandable. But if everybody was fine with it, then out of nowhere she's like, fuck this, I'm just gonna push you out the way. I don't know. I feel like she could have just easily just tried to jump in herself. Like, that would be one thing, but she pushed him off the mountain. Like, I don't see any excuse for that. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Kind of already are justifying her actions. You're at least trying to make it seem like she's a better person than she was, and their actions weren't bad. I don't know, by even mentioning stuff like this and trying to give context, it's like, I don't think the context really matters that much. Makes you understand why she made that choice, but the choice is still bad. Like, doesn't soften the choice. The choice and the outcome and the result and everything is still horrible. She's tried to murder somebody, one of her own people. That's always going to be bad. I don't care what sort of horrible life she led. It might sound harsh. I just don't think, like, that's not an easy choice, you know, to be like, I'm going to make this person's life stop. I'm going to kill this person to get what I want. You know, that's not just a split-second decision. That's a life-altering choice. Quite literally for the other person, because you're stopping their life. Orisa had been exiled for the foulest of acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did. In the eyes of the Commonwealth, she was an apprentice blacksmith, in her youth, taking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the blood border, despite wielding his father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Orisa who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day, it was all too much for her. So when next he lashed out at her, she struck back. She struck back again, and again, and again. So she murdered her own father, and they see patricide as probably the worst offense then. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Orisa was always intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting back her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join our nation's enemies. Okay. To build for the Highlander Remnants a great siege engine that could shatter the defenses of the Commonwealth forever end our feud. You know they would murder you too. Even if they somehow had enough sense to let you help them, they would just kill you the second you stop being useful to them. They want to kill everybody who's wingless, you absolute idiot. It's not a healthy one, it's not a reasonable one. They want everybody in the Commonwealth dead. They're not going to differentiate between you, who doesn't like the Commonwealth, and the rest of the Commonwealth. You're all Commonwealth to them. Like, there's always some stupid shit in there. In like a story like this, where there's two specific, like nations, or it's just like factions in general, and some people in one faction don't like the faction itself and go to the enemy side, and they join up, and then they get betrayed in the end. They're like so surprised, and it's just like, how did you not see that coming? Your hatred was so strong that you actually thought they would ever see you as anything other than their enemy. And they hate your entire nation, and you hate your nation. You were so stupid you couldn't, use your self-preservation instincts to actually not make a stupid decision. Now if you knew that they were gonna fucking betray you and kill you, but you just didn't care and you hated them so much that you were willing to die, that's different. Like, I almost respect it. Not really because it's stupid, but at least you got what you wanted. You were willing to die for that. But what she ultimately did to Orlek, it was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think it was simply evil, nor do I think that it was personal. I think that desperation is evil, because it's selfish at the end of the day, at least in that sense. And she had like a child to take care of, or like was not a good person and he was going to do horrible things, and she found out at the last minute. That's different. But she tried to kill her comrade, to try to kill an entire society. So no, I think you're being quite naive, Wilfred, and I think you are excusing her actions. I honestly couldn't care less that she was beaten by her father. That is horrible, and I feel bad for her. I do not feel bad for whoever she was at the end there. Well, she is ashamed to every single exile, and she deserves what happened to her. I feel bad, like I honestly do, but that kind of betrayal is like, you're all suffering in there, you're all going through the same thing, and you choose to be just the worst person and take away, not only try to murder them, but take away their chance at freedom. It's just gross. I often wondered, though, if in her final moments in the Shimmer Pool, she understood what she had done, the depths to which she had fallen. For years, I must admit, I hated her, but now, my only hope is that she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside and the Commonwealth. Furthermore, I hope the life of Orisa offers some perspective yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. I don't know, because it's fine to give context to explain what someone did. Just the way he talks about it, it just feels like he's making an excuse. And especially knowing when people say, I'm not making excuses for this person, but then everything they say just sounds like they're making excuses for the person. It's like, just say it in a neutral fucking tone. This is what happened to her. This is why she did what she did. You know, oh, I don't think it was for this reason or that reason. Like, yeah, you don't think, you don't know anything. You know the circumstances of her life, but to say, I don't think it was evil, I just think it was desperate. It's like, that's an opinion that you have. It's not correct. It's just an opinion. And it does sound like you're making excuses. You know, you don't have the facts. Those aren't facts. That's just what you believe, and you're biased because you were traveling with her. I mean, you know, I'm sure he, you know, did hate her, but then that goes into the opposite, and then you start having pity for her, which leads you to be a bit blinded. You know, I have no freaking connection to her at all. She, you know, she matters not a single bit to me. So I can see it with a bit more neutrality. I am biased in the sense that I dislike people who make choices like that. So I'm not gonna pretend to like I'm completely neutral in that sense, but I don't know. I just dislike when people say I'm not making excuses, and then every word out their mouth just sounds like an excuse, whether it's for something they did or something someone else did. It's just like, they just don't say that when you're gonna clearly be biased in the way you explain something and the way you talk about something. I don't know, it bothers me a little bit. The more hope the life of Arissa offers some perspective, yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. No, then was there something else? It's like, I would understand so much more if it was like she was a single mom. She had like a 5-month-old baby that was being taken care of by like Commonwealth, you know, people who were very sympathetic, and they were gonna brainwash the child and mistreat them. You know, it'll still be murder, but like that would be a lot more. You know, she still did something horrible, but she was doing it for someone else, for something else. Not she was trying to get into the Commonwealth to join the enemy side and murder a bunch of innocent people. 'Cause, you know, you think the Harps are gonna spare any lives? You know, you think Arissa at that point is sane enough to understand that there are people in the Commonwealth who don't deserve to die, who have just lived here their entire life and just don't understand stuff? The children who just been brainwashed thinking that the way the Commonwealth acts and thinks and does stuff is good. No, she doesn't give a shit. She just hates everything, and she wants it all to burn. Like, she was not a good person by any means. And I don't think getting abused suddenly gives you the right to do horrible, heinous shit. I feel like a lot of people just see abuse and see someone getting tortured and this and that. I'm not trying to dismiss it. I'm not trying to diminish it by any means. It's just, I don't care. You know, those are two separate things. You chose to allow the way your life played out to control what actions you take. And obviously it's easier for me to say because I haven't gone through something that horrible, and I can't say exactly what kind of person I would come out to be if I were to go through something like that. But I don't know, I'm just of the mind where you control your life, nobody else. It sounds very cliche, and it is. It's a bit condescending as well, but it's the truth. You control what you do, you control how you react, all that stuff. She chose to push him off the cliff. She chose to make that choice in her head. She thought it out, she planned it out. You know, even if she didn't plan it out completely, there was a certain level of, I'm going to do this now. Whether it was, you know, weeks before, you know, if she wasn't going to be the one picked for the liberation, or it was at the last second when she saw him about to be liberated, she still made that choice. And I can't forgive something like that, honestly. To make that choice to end somebody's life when they don't deserve it, and when your reason for doing it is so selfish and disgusting and gross, and just, nah, I can't abide that. I certainly feel no pity for someone who does something like that and then dies. I don't really have room in my heart for that. Obviously, she's a fictional fucking character. You know, some people might think I'm being too serious about it, but I try to treat everything with more realism and apply it to real life. Because that's how I treat real people. Anyways, that was the round of the stream, hopefully. Now then, was there something else? I'll read this and then I'll take a quick break. Because I've been going for 3 hours without any breaks. You asked about what Orlick was like when he and Wolfred first became acquainted. Wolfred remained silent for some time. I was very, very sick, you know. When I first landed in the downside, the long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Orlick who found me. Could have not known of my capacities to read before he revived me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering of any kind. Not just any physician, mind you, a gifted, highly decorated one. He served on the front. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those such as Orlick, they had to deal with many casualties on either side. In time, he said he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all the bloodshed, so he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the hiring remnants. Must have gone about how you'd expect. He's given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the downside. There, he gained the notice of the Nightwings. Before long, he grew to be one of the finest rights conductors anyone had ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, whose roles in the triumvirate were later filled by Arissa and me. In time, Orlick's own opportunity for freedom had come up. He longed for it so that, with his exalted status, he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know the story from that point. Wolfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. Could not bear to think that he was gone, and now I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He's our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. I mean, he already had such a long time. It's even like Orlick. I can 100% understand why he is the way he is. I don't think that what he's doing is correct at all. I think he's making the wrong choices. But to have been here such a long time, understand the state of the world that you're in, being in the place that you're being, these fucking desolate ass wasteland, surviving there for such a long time. Then at the last second of your liberation, you're about to be free and maybe make a change in the world. And then your companion who you trusted, who you trusted with your life, who who knows how many years they were there together, at the last second attempts to murder you. And then you fall off the cliff. You fall off a fucking mountain. And then suffer probably major fucking head injury, head trauma, which probably fucked with his memories and altered his personality a bit. And then you survive on your own. Who knows? Who knows how long? And then you're stuck here for who knows how many more years. Than you had already been. Then you had to live the rest of your life thinking that your entire group betrayed you. The paranoia and all that stuff. I still think he acted too swiftly and just assumed things, but I don't know. It's not justified. I just understand his side of it more. He legitimately got pushed off a fucking cliff by somebody he trusted when he was about to go free, and he doesn't know who to trust anymore. So yeah, no, it makes sense that he's doing what he's doing, but I still fucking hate that he's doing it. The rest of it just makes a bit less sense to me. I understand her point of view, but to do it to someone who didn't deserve what happened, I just don't understand why she had to push him off the cliff. That's my main thing. If she wanted to kill the Commonwealth, whatever, that makes sense. Not thinking at all, not in her right mind, but to make that choice to kill your own comrade, I don't know. You could have pulled him. You could have fucking kicked him in the nuts or something. You could have dispatched him any other way other than push him off the cliff. I don't see why he had to be pushed off the cliff for you to jump into the pool yourself. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course. Should not be swayed against our plan. Not by Orlik or anyone. As I've said before, we share a higher calling now. As for Orlik, he wants his freedom still. Although I wonder if he still remembers why. Anyway, there's something else, my dear boy. See, why did I add dear? I think he said that before, but I don't know, I added it there. You bid Wolfred a good afternoon and leave him with his memories. My pleasure, reader. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much farther we have yet to go. Right, I should probably actually... should I do it right now, or should I... Hey guys, so, like, I don't know what's going on up there with all them stars all acting real weird and stuff, but let me tell you something. Here, you ain't gonna find a better deal on all this stuff from anybody. I mean anybody in the downside. You can trust me when I tell you that, okay? So go ahead and stock up. Sure. That's true. You guys have a good day out there. Yeah, no, fuck it. I'll just do it real quick. And then take a break. Because sustain oneself with food and drink at such a place as this, the less said of it, the better. Do not complain. Observe. And, above all, keep moving. Sources of sustenance avail themselves to those with keener senses. In warmer climates, search the ground at break of day for subterraneans. In colder places, dig for them. Give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare. Moisture in abundance outside of the sand folds. Some is poisonous. Take only what you need. The downside limits any opportunity for excess. Provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. One who withstands it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. Yeah, let's just go real quick. Once more, you have gained the fall of Solium, where one among you may go free. But first, you have to prevail against the accusers in the liberation rite. Reader, your companions are gathered there, under the fall. They shall be counting on you. Indeed. As the cycle of the rites turns ever faster, so too is our plan set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a stir out there, a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. This is our chance, though let's not despair. Should victory elude us here, we shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. It's time. Tried to do too much last time. Actually, it's not bad.
Dolnis the Locket, Violandius.
Yeah, no, why not?
Chance 6 shoulders.
They don't just be that. Cause I think these two are, like, this is probably gonna, if I don't concentrate, it'll mess me up, but I mean, I just have to not let them deal damage to me. So, I mean, they're human, so they do at least 20% at the max. Well, 20% is the max that they can do. They might have trinkets, talismans that make them do more damage. And this just means I kill 2 of them and then leave one alive. I'm risking it. Either way, there's an achievement for losing a liberation, right? I'm not gonna try to lose. Obviously, I want to win, but
Once more, the Nightwings gain the summit of the sacred Mount Aladiel to conduct the liberation rite, even as the stars themselves abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities, reader. This glorious age-old tradition coming to an end upon your watch. I trust your adversaries, the accusers, shall not throw away this chance. Choose now who may go free, should they unfortunately fail.
pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the accusers, come forth now, and declare yourself. Pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Poised as ever, Andel steps forward and reaches for his mask. I didn't bother fighting him at all because I didn't really care. I was branded Andel the Liar. Once I reclaim my liberty, that name shall be forgotten. My rightful station in the Commonwealth shall be restored. Nightwings, you may have prevailed against me when last we met upon this sacred site. The many years since then have taught me much. I shall not fail again. Yeah. You still hold much resentment for your adversaries. Is that not so, Lindell? Resentment's too kind a word for it. They are cheaters, one and all, unfairly favored by those scribes, while those such as myself must struggle endlessly for such a chance. Now, come, my accusers, let's vanquish those underserving oafs. Prove now to the scribes that they were fools to favor the likes of them. He dons his mask once more. I'm ready. We'll see. Ah, shit. Nightwings, your decision on whose behalf you shall conduct the liberation rite? Reader, I would ask you to choose wisely, but I'm sure you know no other way. And you, prepare your song, Tariq. Of course, Celeste. They usually don't talk to themselves, talk to each other.
Whom do you intend to liberate?
Damn. I got 4 more. Yeah, I don't think I could. Yeah, no, I'll free her. Then now, perhaps, at last shall we return to whence we came, and there shall we resume our work. Truly, we are to return.
Who shall strive for her?
Let us prevail on this night for you, Bertrude, for the good of our ailing nation. What, 5? 5, man. 120. Alright, I'll see what I can do for a reader, darling.
It is done.
Come then, Nightwings, and look upon me one last time, for by dawn I shall be free, while you all wallow in the terrible defeat we have in store for you. We will see.
Commence.
No, you don't. Oh, fuck off. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. You imp. He singles out Tizo for them across the sacred grounds. The indignity which you have wrought upon me all these long years, tonight, shall be washed away, as I at last return unto my post. Long had I toiled in this indomitable place, only for you, pathetic wretch that you are, you, of all things, to thwart me and my accusers in our moment of triumph. With small consolation, knowing that the Nightwings fell apart soon after, misfortune, which you doubtless wrought yourself. As for we've clawed our way back to this mountaintop, you sniveling, loathsome little beast. And this time, things are going to just transpire in a very different manner. Just you watch. Batizo just stares right back at him, betraying no emotion. God, he's so pissed off. I don't know, it's just so... he's such a tiny little guy, it's so hilarious to see a grown man pissed at such a small creature. But then, he claws at his mask. Certain expressions resist translation. Suffice it, Tizo does not hold Lindell in high esteem. Probably just said, go fuck yourself, in a very vulgar way. Seems Tizo does not hold Lindell's mother in high esteem either. Then he dons his mask once more. Why you? How dare you raise your weakling voice at me, you blasted Nightwings? Would that we could all go free, that I might have you all arrested and then sentenced once again. Now get out of my way. Alright then. No, you don't. Okay, you just let me make that for some reason. Okay, thank goodness. No. See, I don't believe that for a second. $12. Ugh, well, I got some damage. Now, accusers, grant me your auras and your anger that we may finally secure our rightful victory against these demons whom we face. He's channeling the auras of his triumvirate, and their strength combines with his. This must be the aura gain, a secret technique developed by the accusers to ensure their victory in the liberation rites. Alright. Interesting.
That Lendl certainly enjoys a rousing speech, though talk means nothing in the rites. Do it!
Oh, come on, that went. Surprised he said damn. No, you don't.
The orb!
Okay, you just let me have that again. I guess. Thanks.
Perhaps you are worthy. Alas for Lendl.
Oh, fuck off.
Trickery.
Oh, fuck you.
Too bad for that one. Cast from afar into
Oh, finally.
Pyre's flame.
I freaking got the damn achievement at least.
Such wherewithal.
Okay.
The right is near. engulfed within the order. Lendl,
Oh, fuck off.
your pyre.
Every time it seems like I. Okay, why can I not? Okay, I swear I passed over it, but I just couldn't.
The Night Wings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt.
Oh, man. That was rough.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds.
Oh,
Return
Coranium.
to glory.
if that's how you pronounce that.
Wealth.
Welcome on in.
Adversary and all others
I
shall
appreciate the raid.
remain to carry out
I'm
their
Indigo
rightful
132. I mostly stream
sentences.
indie games. Currently doing this playthrough of Pyre. Replay of Hades, trying to get all the achievements, and doing some other roguelikes, really. Well, welcome on in, everybody. You guys are having a good day today. Yeah, you just got me at the perfect time. I actually won for once. Yeah. Right, I completely forgot the damn pre-roll. Whatever. Doesn't matter that much. But I appreciate the raid. Should probably just have a command that says all of that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Blast you, Nightwings. Again, you cheated me. If you know pride at all in this tradition, shut up, Lendl. You lost fair and square. But I appreciate the raid. Thy efforts seal our return. She then looks over to you. Reading 1. Surely thou must have known that we have little interest in returning to this place, to which we now return. Surely there are those among ye with a stronger preference to look upon its proud facades, which to our ancient eyes doth merely cause offense. It signifies one of two things, it seems. Either thou seekest to be rid of us, or, more likely, thou believest we shall serve the plan of Sounderwood at greater length in our newfound capacity. She looks at you, again, intent. We think we know which one it is. Thy efforts seal our return. Then, soon we shall resume our work in earnest. Perhaps we shall see ye again, or perhaps not. Shimmerpool whisks her within as you hear her call out to you one final time. Until whichever outcome, reading 1. She was a cool character.
Godspeed, Bertrude.
But yeah,
The 8 scribes
hope the
are watching.
pre-roll wasn't too bad. I always
By
forget.
their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as
That's the only
long
reason I
as
don't like
possible.
pre-roll for raids. I always I always forget exactly how long it is. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I used to soar above the mountains with the hiring remnants, and we would see the Commonwealth shining down on the horizon. It enraged us, the mere sight of it. I can fly free no longer, yet that anger, I don't feel it anymore. Yeah, why not? Long did I bide my time, in anticipation that, one day, the Nightwings would reform under a common cause, to be a part of it myself. It nourishes the spirit. I need that very badly.
The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
We returned to the wagon after having prevailed against the accusers in the liberation rite. Accidentally done, Nightwings. At least someone got out of here. Succeeded in liberating Bertrude, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many, I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such time as we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this is ideal. However, is opportunity enough that our plan may as yet succeed. Although, all these setbacks, I fear. Wolford trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. The rite soon ending, everything which Wolford has sought, both on his own, for many years, and now with all of you. All of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others, but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them seem to expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turn to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Pamitha's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You're searching for the right words as all of your exiles are looking to you now. You tell them that you've all stood together time after time throughout this quest and are now poised to seize upon a glorious opportunity. You tell them that you are not going to mince your words with anyone here because by now each of you knows each other well. Tell them you have all struggled to come this far, across the downside, through many challenges which you have faced. Yeah, I think this is the best. None of you pursued this quest with arrogant guarantees. It is a quest you all knew was unlikely to end well. It's clear now that not all of you are going to return. Surely this has weighed heavily on everyone. I mean, yeah, there was no guarantee that we were ever going to reach the liberation rite in the first place. I mean, the rites themselves were a mystery. Let me look at all of them, though. Path to freedom is still is laid before you all. True freedom is not waiting for you in the Commonwealth. Path is difficult enough with the added burden of despair. I'll assume have. Yeah. It's clear now that not all of you are going to return. Each of you knew this outcome was a possibility. Something far more vital is at stake. You see the imminent conclusion of the rites as a sign. It is a sign that the world is changing. Meanwhile, the stars themselves are shining for you. All of what transpired cannot be mere chance. You all now have a divine duty to uphold. Commonwealth is already in upheaval. There you have unfinished business to conduct. You have to resist the forces that will crush you. The scribes are watching. They would spur you on to greater feats. Glory waits. The troubles are only beginning. Justice is committed on the other side cannot continue. Experience the stars. Alright. I think. And the Commonwealth is already on upheaval. Its troubles are only beginning. The injustices committed on the other side cannot continue. Now is the time to stand and fight the forces that oppose you for your own sake, for those who live oppressed, for your people, for those who do not prevail. We now have this opportunity to live with purpose for each other, those who shall live on. Yours is a righteous cause. You all stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones for people is a world worth living in for each other. Yeah. If you can believe in any of this, then believe above all in each other. Believe that the plan may yet be achieved. And trust what your heart is telling you. Trust that you may yet prevail together. If you cannot see the merit in this quest, then you are unfit to stand among the Nightwings. You are unfit to stand atop the sacred mountain, nor the raiments in the books. When you look at it that way, which side of the world you end up on is all up to you. To each one of you in your own way. Whether you achieve freedom. Yeah, if you can believe any of this, then believe above all in each other. Trust that you may yet prevail together. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment with the group. Let us stand together now and always. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. Stars have not vanished, they have joined us. A spring about the harmony envisaged by the 8 scribes. Then you join the others in silence. Thus you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then... You truly believe that your commonwealth can change its ways then, reader darling? I suppose that I may yet come to believe it too. Tiso vows to stand with you no matter where your quest shall lead. May long the stars remain a light for you, reader sir. All the while, Wolfred remains watching you intently. Then his expression softens and he smiles. You are right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It's precisely as you said. Let us stand together, now and always. Lead us then, reader. It's the end of our quest, the dawn of the new age for all our kin. Everyone, for the Nightwings. Everyone responds in kind. It actually kind of gave me chills a little bit. I love this game so much. It's just getting better and better each time. They stand with you, no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Alright. The stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. Alright, let's see. There's gonna be more than 3 this time, since it's the last like 3. Stars of the 8 scribes. They shine together now, as one. The lone minstrel draws breath, as though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. So it's the chastity. And that's really it for the triumvirates we haven't faced in terms of unlocking all the pages of the book, which is what I'm really interested in. Still doesn't tell us exactly how many, but I already know that there's only like 3 left. So it's gonna be the drawn next. It would be interesting to see. Yeah, why not? Your next adversaries are to be the Chastity, headed by H. Manly Tinderstaff. They would prevail in the rights not for their freedom, but for fame and fortune in your commonwealth. You and the lone minstrel then go over what he knows of your next adversary. H. Manly Tinderstaff, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist He was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury, never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he soon was offered cushy ambassador positions that required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing much at all that he started spending all his family's riches to assert his famous status. One day, he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat who promptly turned him in and had him sent downriver. Manly was very disappointed by all this, but soon saw in it an opportunity. For he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the chastity deep in Wakingwood. He finagled his way onto the triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He in turn convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence. Once he secured a way back to his home, he continues making hollow promises. A shame this is. A shame that this Manly and the chastity are nothing like the scribe Luce Glorian and do not share his values. Now, it's time we rested, reader, given all today's travails. Bid the lone minstrel good night and take your leave. It's too late now to prepare for flight, so you arrange to depart first thing in the morning. Since Virtue's liberation, Pramtha has been rather more subdued than usual. And you find her there, perched quietly and still. How strange that I should care about some ugly crone. No, reader darling? Perhaps I'm simply jealous of her, right? Something in her voice suggests that you listen rather than respond. Such horrid words I use. If only she could hear the venom that I spew, why, she would bottle it for sure, and put a pox on me besides. You see, it's just accustomed to dealing with creatures so much more duplicitous than she, no offense intended, present company excluded, and so on. I'd fought against her kind once in a while, there upon your blood border. The Commonwealth would trot them out, perhaps when you were feeling bold, or desperate too. I took them all for monsters, nothing more. We were the hiring remnants. We knew that they were righteous, that we were righteous, soaring high above those oversized maggots, hurling ancient curses at us, sometimes fire. But Gertrude and I, why, we got on just fine. She seemed to see right through me, and she didn't seem to care. She just took me for who I am. Imagine that, right? Perhaps when one gets to be her age, one finally achieves some sense of perspective then, some genuine enlightenment. She smirks to herself. Anyway, hope that she appreciates the change of scenery, though I don't think good Gertrude cared very much to leave this place, if I'm to be quite honest. I wasn't really planning on sending her away, but I didn't want to send Pamela or Faye. You know, I thought that there was more to be seen with Pamela. And Faye doesn't really seem like she cares about leaving all that much, so. The next three probably going to be. I'm going to have to be the last one if I can find out a way to get myself out. And so is. I probably want it to be Orlek if I can find a way. I think there's a way to free him. I don't remember. Myself and Wolfred. And yet, the dear old girl seems smitten enough with that Wolfred that she'll jump, and rather splendidly, whenever he says jump. Would that my heart still yearn for anything when I'm her age? I suppose I'm just a little shaken that she's gone, thinking of the terror that she'll likely cause back in that Commonwealth of yours. She laughs to herself, perhaps to you. Thanks for getting her out, darling. So then, let's say we get some rest. We'll surely need it, now that we don't have Trudy to rely on. Racy reader. She swoops off, laughing over her shoulder. It's like that's the first genuine laugh she's had this entire time. The friendship between Pamela and Gertrude passed unnoticed by most all of your companions. Perhaps this was why Pamela valued it to the extent she evidently did. Yeah, no, I had no idea they were talking like that. For now, you have every confidence that Gertrude will prove essential to achieving Wolfred's plan there on the other side. 68. I think once it's like 75, I'll feel a bit better. How very crafty of our muzzled friend Jomier, that one so diminutive as he did manage to prevail against the hive titan called Beelanthius. The spoiler of the valley, Beelanthius did fall at last into a deadly trap, which doubtless he deserved, crushed under the weight of 16,000 tons of beetle dung. He was, though how our Jumier gathered all this stuff only to send it crashing down, he has refused to say. What the fuck? Okay, man. From the hive titan flowed a fresh, rejuvenating spring, which gladdens up that valley's desolation quite a bit. As for Jumier, why, he and his legendary jawblade set a most impressive mark of valor, to which this one aspires. Impressive work, Jumier. I still don't know why they pronounce it like that. Seems strange. Doubtless you have seen Black Basin, whose seething fissures yet spew noxious flame and vapor at the stars. Then you have seen the remains of the wrath of dullness, also called the Locket. Within himself he held the fires and the rage which shaped this very land. The Ash Titan, he did threaten to devour us as we delved deeper in the reaches of the downside, till we at last outsmarted him, quenched his flames we did, when he lured inauspicious storm his way. And so, whilst the Ash Titan has fled, the stubborn coward, we can see his handiwork remains. The blackened crags forever shall bespeak the danger which he posed. Much can be learned of bravery from the tale of Haub the Swallow. The Ampu alone felled the muscular and altogether terrifying bone titan called Shaq's Six Shoulders. Six Shoulders sat listless, his appalling frame refusing to be budged. None dared approach the withered fiend, whose plague had spread half across the valley floor. Undeterred, Haub sprang into action, whilst we but watched. Little one, he flew into the gaping maw of Shax and lodged himself inside the monster's throat. Shax then began to cough and cough and cough until the valley shook. Six Shoulders breathed his last and fell. His putrid flesh then fizzled and was gone. Yet our friend Imp remained. That's a really horrible way to die. Okay. The accusers formed under Golathanian. He's a big man. He values justice, loyalty, and steadfastness. Golathanian, he says that the accusers take their name from one of his most accomplished legions, from his former military days. All among them, in fact, served the Master General at one time. They represent the stoutest-hearted people of the Empire, who held true to Mur and Golathanian to the end. The golden colors of their raiments are reminiscent of their old shining armor, is his claim. Ever shall they seek out those with the truest spirits, the strongest sense of purpose to replenish their ranks. Yeah. It's just a chastity now. The fallen Empire of Sar was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We the eight, we cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It should be determined by your peers and by you yourself. We shall provide a framing through the rights to put you to the test, against yourselves, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free, thus freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins, as you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom you have gained along your path. The worthy shall lead. Alright, that's about it. Let me take an actual break here. I went for another hour. I was gonna take a break. Yeah. Take like a 15-minute break here. And then I think I'll go for like another I'll say at least 2 hours. Maybe more. See if I can't beat the game. Probably if I stream for like another 4 or 5 hours, I could beat it. Since there's only 3 left, it's probably gonna be like 1 regular right and then a liberation right. We'll see though. We'll see how they do it. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna be back in like 15 minutes. Let me just put some music here. So you at least have something to listen to. my bad. I ended up taking out some trash. Took a longer break than I wanted to, but better to have more than less. There's no time now to return to Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone was ready to make haste for the spring of Dromier. It was way too cold outside, man. Wilfred approaches as you fly above his hidden lair at the Moonlight Alcove. Cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return there. Our dear alcove, pass my agents to break down the place. It soon shall be gone, if it isn't already. We shall not be returning. Not the time to do so, anyway. And with Orlek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. Sisters, we are under attack. Hold. No, we are merely being mocked by none other than the Nightwings. Mock us all you wish then, wastrels of the Commonwealth. The sight of you in that utterly outlandish wagon, your mere existence is an affront to the act of flight. Would that my sisters and I could soar tireless and free as once we did. But nay, we must resort to such ignoble means of travel, such as you. Now, stay away from us, lest our vengeance extend beyond your Commonwealth and become much more personal in nature. Oh man. I love the more distinguished characters who speak in very eloquent manner. Annoying ass freaking pest, man. Yeah? What was that? You over here, Sir Deluge, and I feel on panic as this fellow warm night to turn to calm down. Well, what do you mean it was the Nightwings? We are not ready to face them in our coming right. We are not to face them in our coming right again, are we? At some point, he realizes your wagon is aloft beside his own. You, Nightwings, this night shall not forgive this transgression. Once we prevail against whichever adversaries are doomed to face us next, then we shall come for you. Ugh. Why must this night be forced to fly so far above the land and sea? I wanted to give him more of a sniveling voice, but I didn't really have a plan. I'm trying to be more conscious of every single intricacy of the dialogue. Because I'll only do like a little bit of his stuttering. But, I mean, that's just kind of being lazy. And I was a bit embarrassed, but might as well go all in or not at all. Obviously stuff like the screaming or, singing or anything like that, I won't go that far, but to the degree that I am able, I'll try my best to emulate the speech. The spring of Dromier has always flown forth from the crushed carapace of Beelanthius, the legend of whose demise is a rather sordid tale. Perhaps you already read it in the book, right? Being crushed by 16,000 tons of shit is literally not. It's a horrible way to go, even for a horrible beasts such as this. Not all believe the book exists, of course, nor the greater titans, nor the rights. We've encountered exiles believing that this titan perished quite by accident, rather than by a cunning trap laid for it by Jomier Manymane. They took the titan for a common beast. Perhaps the stars shine down upon out-of-the-way locales such as this one to assure that they alone shall witness the proceedings. Okay. You meet up with Faye, who suggested you go out ranging with her through Glue Hive. Oh, I enjoy these walks, so can we go now? Together, you set out to explore the barren waste around the Black Wagon. Find little to speak of other than desolation typical of the downside. I think I've seen enough, and I think I'm beginning to miss the others. You and Faye make your way back to the wagon. Though uneventful, your search helped ease the burden weighing on you and leaves you with time to pursue your vocations. That's still so annoying. Insane that we have 3,000, man. Damn. 2,000. 1,900. I'm not sure because I want to get one of these for sure, but like, who are we going against again? Alright, the manly tinder stuff. The chastity. $3,000. Cause like it's gonna be 1,000. I don't want to waste 1,000 on one where I just need 5. Let's just mentor him. You sit down with Wolfred to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment, how to return from it, since he's beginning to understand. I don't know why he says that when he's literally has more practice than all of us combined. Banishment as failure is a time for careful introspection. Damn, no, being outside was not good for me. Banishment as failure is a time for careful introspection. I think my voice was all messed up for that. Yeah. Not much to do but continue. Halt. Everyone, I beg you please forgive my rudeness here. The Black Wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the spring of Jomier. There is some commotion as the lone minstrel motions everyone to be still. Someone is there. Longer path ahead. He points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever the lone minstrel referred to. Still, he indicates caution. Strange. Do not believe I was mistaken. A tense moment passes. Then, another. Then, the lone minstrel tenses up. Our guest. He is there. You look toward where he signals, and then, at last, see the cause of his concern. There's no mistaking who it is. Assuming it's Orlek. Orlek stands there, near motionless, atop some forgotten rock, judging from the desolate sprawl a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your black wagon, yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. The lone minstrel gets your attention quietly. Reader, what do your senses tell you at this time? Orlek may have come with ill intent. I don't know. Trying to see his point of view. If I were to have wanted to help a lot of people and had the means to do so, but been stopped by somebody I trusted, almost killed, and believed everybody I trusted was now not on my side, and I had nobody else to turn to, and I believed my cause was just, would I want to talk? Or would I just want to do things and have no discussions? So I feel like doing this would be the bad thing, because that might, I don't know if he still has like trauma from getting betrayed or anything like that. Fuck it, I'll try to talk to him. There has to be a way to reason with Orlek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. I don't think he has, but I still want to try to talk to him. Perhaps you are correct. Let's try to make contact with him then, as we proceed. We give the signal for the driver to start the wagon and head toward him. But, just as you reach the point where Orlek once stood, it seems our guest has already departed. Let us remain watchful as we proceed on course. Not sure if it matters what you do here. Indeed, Orlek is nowhere to be found now. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Surprised it didn't take away our hope or something. The wagon finally arrives at the spring of Jomier, where still there's no sign of Orlek, or your next adversaries for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rite's commencement. Okay. He's just casually here. Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone, with you. Okay then. Orlek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he's doing here, and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. You watch him go about whatever he's doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. All of these trinkets, this wagon, is most different now. Welcoming, and yet I'm unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? Say you are the reader. You may as well know the truth of it. You sense now meaning to mislead him. Say you are their friend. Relationship to this band has grown to become more than just your role in the rites. Say you are no one. Who or what you are is of little consequence. Certainly not to the likes of him. Say nothing. Whatever he's driving at, you can think of no compelling reason to comply. And the reader. I was thinking of saying friends, but I don't know. I mean, obviously I am their friend, but that's a bit misleading. You tell them that your role among the Nightwings is as their reader. Traveled alongside them for some time and bear the book together with the others. You are a fool then, reader. You let them use you willingly. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have my night. He strides past you toward the door. Then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Then Orlok is gone. I do feel bad for him. Like a lot. But I oftentimes think the carapace of the Hive Titan Bealanthius shall be an everlasting blemish on an almost splendid bit of land. Drumier in his brashness filled the monster with a certain flair. I would read it in whatever voice I thought they had, but I don't know their voices. Excuse me. I have a voice in mind, but like I just want to read the actual the book. If I made voices for everything, it'll just be a pain. And there's the problem of knowing which voice I want for a specific character, but like not really being able to properly actually like emulate that. So then the moon shone through the ridges of the massive carapace and shined upon the pooling ichor, turning it into the freshest nectar ever to be tasted. The spring shall flow eternally, and those who walk within it shall experience the resplendent glory of the land. Stars began to fall there in the spring with regularity, and we now know how soon again that they shall do so. Wish for you to see it for yourself. Now let me look at the Pit of Melith, Folklorus, Isle of Kael'mor, Trieste, Fall of Solium. I think it's just Glade of Lu. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. I could just look at it actually. Also the downside Pyre, I'm pretty sure. Man. Yeah, downside Prairie. Yeah, we did Dromere Valley. Yeah, we did Flagging Hands. That should be Pit of Melith. Sea of Solaces. Did we do the Sea of Solace? Maybe. Black Basin. Is that Nesta Trieste? Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Glade of Lu, and then that's about it. Yeah, the Hulk of Orsis, where the Sea of Solace, right? Isn't it? Pretty sure. of your companions return as you exit the wagon. Explain what happened. However, none of them saw Orlek. Most concerning, reader. Though I am thankful you are well. Orlek, he always was a peaceful individual, and yet his disposition is much different now. Perhaps we had best inspect the wagon for any signs of tampering in light of these events. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. Search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive seemed calm. Incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. Try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence. You know something, guys? I heard a crazy story. That old Bertrude, she finally got on out of here. Back to the other side. Can you believe it? You can give her my regards, okay? Because I got a lot of customers because of her, and I do mean a lot. Anyway, what can I do you for? What is this? Lures taken from the Deathless Tempest, which boil now with an even greater rage. Like when you're gonna buy something. Right, I usually do buy it. Yeah. What you guys doing back here already? I didn't sell. No, I'm good. They're leaving, Dad. Is look at how much we got this time. You gave me money though, but okay. Let me see. 16. What this is already. +5. $16, $17. That one is going to be more than enough. Is there more? No. Unfortunate. Okay. That should be good. Everything's prepared, and night is just beginning to take hold above the dusty waves of spring of Jomier, and Volfred gets your attention. Reader, I suppose you might remember our first meeting with that manly Tinderstaff. He would be mortified, of course, if you forgot. I'll say that he is an embarrassment to my kind, but unfortunately, I've known many others like him. We are discontented people, I suppose. Anyway, when we last saw him, you might recall that I avoided him. We're not good acquaintances or anything, but he knows enough people in high places that he could be harmful to our plan, so you know of my involvement. And so, Wolford dons his ritual mask. I shall have to be discreet here. As I am with the Night Wings once again, I can no longer hide from him outright. Perhaps he shall take me for a common sap. Anyhow, seems to me we have a right to conduct. Let's get it over with. 2 more.
The tattered mantle. Unfathomed plurness.
Yeah. I think those are the last 2 I need. Not sure if this will be a good idea. Kinda just want to get them out the way. I think there's a freaking achievement for beating 1 right with I think 6 or more. What the heck? Man, I already pressed it. Cool. I accidentally pressed run Pyre, but I already did that, so I'm already doing that, so it obviously wouldn't run. Yeah, 6 or more, then all 12. There's a couple more for the campaign achievements, but those are probably the ones I'm not doing. Because to prevail with 12 Titan stars, 6 or more, and then lose the liberation right, spend 1,000 gold, or soul. Prevail right, no more than 3 dousings, beat the game, and then banish 3 adversaries with a single aura cast. And douse adversaries prior by 40 health or more. Yeah, no. I already got more than 60% of the achievements. I can do all that stuff
Infamous raider returns.
in another playthrough.
Along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one.
Mm-hmm.
Your adversaries, the Chastity. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here. Some of them looked at.
Excuse me. Okay. My, what have we here? Why, the Nightwings come to grace us with their presence once again. Are you perhaps intent upon humiliating us even more after last time? You sense Fulford reaching out to you. Reader, let us indulge him for the time. Perhaps you shall reveal something we can use to provide disincentive for his meddling. Just let him keep on talking. I shall attempt to remain hidden. And the color of those raiments. I mean, they are rather gaudy in this light, I have to say. Though, I mean no offense at this, of course. So, do you suppose the rite is going to commence soon? As much as I enjoy our chats like this, I do have to get going soon. You must know why. I'm expecting an important message. The other side, no less, come dawn. I hear something is brewing out there. Some sort of unrest, So yes, it's a very important message. Sent all this way by one of those imp couriers. And I must say, those little things, their services are certainly not cheap. Though, I'm sure I could get you a good deal on their services, if you wish, perhaps to contact a loved one back home, God, just having this tone of voice, like, I just feel like an asshole. I hate how he sounds so much. He just sounds so fucking snooty and pompous and all I ask, of course, is that you stand aside and let the chastity prevail, as well we ought. For I have a date with destiny not long from now, upon the fall of Solium. Continues talking for some time until, at last, the right is set to start. Oh man. And he was quite content to just keep yapping there without us saying anything. Before he was pissed off that we wouldn't even introduce ourselves. Oh my. Look at this wonderful assembly of exiles come from all different corners. Such a colorful retinue you Nightwings have. You know, I heard the most preposterous rumor about you, that you were harboring a especially notorious criminal, one of his designs upon the Commonwealth itself. He looks right at Wolfred, but I could not imagine such outlandish tales could possibly be true. Anyhow, I so would like to meet everyone here. Hello, good Nightwings. I am H. Manley Tinderstyle, and truly, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Manley has intruded on your privacy as you set on choosing your triumvirate. He could not be less welcome. He seems to be searching for someone in your ranks. Yeah, no, he needs to fucking back off. You warn Manley to back off immediately, or there will be consequences he will not appreciate at all. He stares back, but you see something in his eyes. Why, I never. How dare you speak to me that way, you lowly, crippled, ragged little churl. I have many friends who can make your miserable life so very, very worse. Oh, but this is so uncivilized, I have to say. So very disappointing. Anyway, I have to go check out my wonderful colleagues. See you shortly, and good luck. Ah, such a two-faced piece of shit. Oh, man. Manley leaves at last, leaving you to focus on the right again.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
So detonate nearest Pyre. So I'll probably have to throw it when I kill him. Faster, larger aura. 20 years, damn.
Wolfred.
Yeah, now Panther's been the absolute MVP.
Sir Gilman.
And Gilman's just too good.
If that is all, then.
This knight has much appreciation for foes with silver tongues. They're among his favorite kind of vanquish. Are you quite ready yet, O Nightwings? I doubt you are. Because my colleagues of the Chastity and I, we have a trick or two we think shall take you by surprise. Just watch. Ah, I'm sure they do.
Begin. Stand not in glory's path.
Okay. Okay, man.
No mercy shown. The Nightwings assert themselves thusly.
Okay, man.
And grow weak.
Wolfred Sandalwood? Why, is that really you, my dear friend? You must be mistaking me for someone else, Manley. Whatever do you mean? I'd recognize that upright posture of yours from anywhere. I knew it had to be you. But what a glorious surprise indeed. Oh, it's me alright, but you're no friend of mine, Manley. No more than I am yours, so cut your nonsense for a change and face me like a proper sap. Oh, to have such spark left in those old limbs of yours. Well, if you want me to be rude, then fine. Let's have it your way, sir. Oh, man.
That manly Tinderstaff has such a mind
No.
Would that he focused on the rights. The Worm Knight somehow did it.
Alright. What do you mean somehow?
The Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now. Be gone, you lot.
Oh, fuck off. Ah, this fucking asshole, man.
The Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge. Manly banished. Was a crushing blow against their pyre.
51.
Best not get overconfident, Nightwings.
Bro, what? No, that's a bit bullshit.
Perhaps you are unworthy. Her wings have served her.
Yeah, I know it's just gonna be.
I wonder, shall the Nightwings press their luck?
Okay.
Spectacularly done. Your victory's at hand. And it is done.
That wasn't even close.
The Nightwings prevail yet again. Their adversaries must be rather shaken after that.
Yeah.
The ceremony is complete.
My word. Hey, Lex. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. This freaking asshole is so annoying. At least it wasn't in the other place. Let's get a shout out here real quick.
No! Reaper! Reaper, no!
I can't do co-op games like that.
We did.
I think I wouldn't have the
The
patience
two of us
for it.
died. Just keep 1 foot, I suppose. Wait. No! Not yet!
Okay.
Wait for us to get there. Wait for the other dude.
It is fun to watch other people be really bad at it, mostly because people just like fucking around. But hope you're well. My word, how could this happen to me? You deceitful, ignorant, utterly uncouth pack of fools. Have you any idea what you've done? Wolford watches the outburst in silence. Keep spouting off like that, Manly. You shall reveal all we need to know. You harbor such a fear within your heart there, don't you? Coming from the aristocracy, and now in exile, how they must speak of you. What they would think of you. What would they think of you if you don't get out? Or, even if you do? Wolford remains deep in thought, studying his adversary. Yeah, to a degree. I generally don't like working with people. I'm very, not even really prideful. I just like doing stuff myself. I played a couple games with only one friend. Well, I play like stuff like Fortnite. Like, if someone isn't a horribly, incompetent human being, I can work with them well. I generally just like working by myself better because I can just make my choices and not have to worry about someone else. It's just another factor. But it's fun when they're not horrible. Because it just usually goes to extremes where either I'm carrying them or they're carrying me, and I don't think either one is fun. But I prefer to be carried. I don't know. Well, people I know. Well, people I don't know, I feel like I was a burden, but there, I see now. Then Wolf recedes into the shadows. Because like people being good at the game and helping me out. It's like I like support roles, in general. Like I try to be as considerate as I can and be just like a helping hand. But having someone else be worse than me and having to kind of, I might as well just do the work myself. In my opinion, I think it's just kind of, I don't know. Like the times I've been better at people than in games, it's like they're just like basically not there. I don't know. It just feels kind of inconsequential. For me, like a co-op game has to kind of be both of us putting in the effort and both of us having fun there. But I don't know. I don't know why that is, honestly. What? My head. Who? Oh, I believe there must be some mistake. I have to go. Ta-ta. Fine evening to you. Now, it's been a pleasure, genuinely so. Manly stumbles away in a stupor. And there he goes. I've lifted certain burdens from him for the time. A bit of mercy for his sake, for my people's sake, as well. It should ensure he has no lasting memory of our encounter here, or running into me. Now, let's be off before he catches up with us again. Okay, so just casual mind wipe.
In the wisdom of the scribes.
Okay. So she just didn't get any. Okay.
Now take your sordid business someplace else.
Shout out. Now I know who you are, I hate you even more. Before you were just some random voice shit talking me every chance you got. Now you're just an actual piece of shit that I do not like. Who's actively trying to undermine everything we're doing. Well, if he had the chance, he would, but. Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they defeated the Chastity in a convincing manner. It's plain to you that none of them look well. The lone minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader. The faster turning of the cycle of the rites has put a strain on everyone. Have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. Right. It's fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group here requires rest. You bid Wolfred a swift recovery, and he nods weakly in response. Wait, who the heck am I supposed to use then? I only have Faye left. Well, Faye and Tizo. Well, Faye, Tizo, and... Wait, no, yeah. Faye and Tizo, that's it. You exchange a look with Sir Gilman, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Pamela, it is clear to you she wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. Well, Pamela isn't sick, she just wants to be left alone. I mean, Pamela and Faye. Pamela can basically just carry the team, so I don't really care. As long as I have Pamela, I'm fine. Faye didn't freaking level up. Well, Tizo didn't either. Even though they usually do. The stars yet shine for you. Right, because it would be if she had inspiration, but she didn't have any. That's kind of annoying. I wasn't going to use 1,000 freaking experience when all she needs is 5. That's so annoying, man. There's no way to, like, level up a tiny bit. Or, like, distribute it. Stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. So yeah, it's gonna be the withdrawn this time. sure. Who do I want to fight? Honestly, be interesting to know what Udmilde is like after that crushing defeat we dealt her. I see it's time we met again with Udmilde and the Withdrawn. Can make for the Hulk of Ores. At first light, my boy. Let us recover through the night. For now, it's too late to do much else. Oh man. Is this all Titan stars? In all this one's conquest, never has the Underking confronted such a foe as the Sea Titan Plerness. That grand and hideous wench presented nigh inestimable peril for whomever sailed or swam the downside sea. Tales of her monstrosity long spread across the world. The Underking was undeterred. Nay, this one made it his life's mission to give her recompense. Emboldened, having felled her cousin Endriga, he drew her out of hiding and then sailed the remains of Dazraban, the doomed ship, with its sharpened prow straight through her heart. Huzzah! The catastrophic detonation which ensued left no surviving witnesses save one. The Underking survives to speak of it and write of it, which he shall do repeatedly. So essentially, all his men died because of how crazy that battle was. Which is just insane to me. Okay. Well known is the treachery of the rope caller, who conspired against the Emperor of Sar and set in motion the Empire's collapse. The knave did journey to the downside after us. Our paths they never crossed, though we did meet his end. He wore the tattered mantle, wrought by the first Empress, and worn in every generation hence. The living mantle whispered wisdom in its wearer's ears. But in the downside, it cried out instead in protest. When the rope caller retreated to his horrid isle far at sea, the mantle gained new life, conjoining with the native imps. The imp titan was born, and grasped then the rope collar in its first and last embrace. Okay, yeah. That's all of them. Those bearing the name of Chastity all count themselves disciples of Luce Glorian, the 100 Minds, known firstly for his wisdom, but also cherished for his modesty, integrity, and kinship. They have none. None of those things. Glorian's priority, for his triumvirate, was to instill in all his subjects a deep-seated deference and respect for the rules governing the liberation cycle. The cycle of the rights needs to be respected, to be understood. It needs to be understood to be respected, as Glorian said. Thus, the Chastity are emissaries of the cycle. Should they earn back their liberty, then they shall spread enlightenment itself, and all of us shall grow. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, man, I think it's just Celestial landmarks are just Glade of Blue. Should be able to. That should be about it. Yeah, she's maxed out. He's not even a level 4. That was by accident. Well, the first one was on purpose because I thought there was someone else again. Surprised they didn't give me more dialogue. Why not? Here, the undulating waves of Underking Pass, encounter a familiar face, hawking his wares as always. He sidles right up to you. Hey guys, what are you running into you out here? Guys alright? Well, anyways, I gotta say, do I got just the thing for you? Mint condition, although I haven't seen it exactly. I'm really, really sure it's something good, okay? So, you want this thing or what? He's offering a sealed talisman. I'll tell him what it is for certain, though you sense its power. Such an artifact will likely cost much more once on display. Why not? Agreed Falcon Ron's terms, who grins as you make the exchange. Alright you guys, enjoy. He heads out without another word. He's seriously the hardest character of the voice in general. I don't know. Just getting a nasally voice is kind of a lot more difficult than I expected, honestly. You unwrap the item that you purchased on your way back to the wagon. There you should still have time to pursue your vacations. That's like not at all worth it, but okay. An unsettling object akin to some of the otherworldly material in which the Book of Rites is bound. Okay, Pamotha. Right, Pamotha isn't available anymore. It's so annoying, man. You and Sir Gilman spend some time reviewing some of the specific aspects of the rites, such as the properties of the aura. You sense you gain something from it. This knight is the epitome of indomitable spirit. He's achieved the culmination of his training. How wonderful a feeling having nothing left to learn, Master Reader. Nothing whatsoever. This knight highly recommends it. Yeah. This knight has no idea what the Master Reader said exactly, yet feels smarter nonetheless. Okay.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
Okay. You wake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. Attempt to rid your memory of it. The voice is truly that of Archjustice Androboles the Ninth himself, as Volford indicated. Then, none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. messenger imp traveled all the way to your location in the immeasurable depths of Sea of Solace to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. The imp brings tidings about Bertrude in particular, and became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. Then she shrugged off all the pomp surrounding her return and retreated to her native home in the southern bogs. Thereafter, she proved difficult for the Commonwealth to reach. Each time officials came to her with various opportunities, she would curse them, then send them on their way. Finally, however, she met with certain guests of a different sort. She's now working with Wolfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, putting messages to parchment and creating pigments that they use to spread their word and cause. She leaves a message for you personally. We shall be watching ye. Coming from her, you take it for a compliment. You thank the imp for bringing you these details as your companions gather to discuss. My debt to you is finally repaid, O Bertrude, my old friend. Yet, through your great wisdom, we might still achieve much more. Tizo expresses hope to one day visit Bertrude at her home in the southern bogs. It's not happening, buddy. Sorry to say. Yeah, but it is good to hear the stately Bertrude is as headstrong as ever now she is home. This night would have you know he was often terrified of her. She must know everything. I could learn so much from her, I think. I hope we see her again soon. Now, there's someone I wouldn't want to be my enemy. It's enough to have her as a friend. The news of Bertrude's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and heads off. Alright. Elements in the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving and make no attempt to settle, they reduce their risks. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of flagging hands, a pallor tends to sink into the skin and then into the mind. The nauseating Sea of Solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as luscious now. My fangs are long. Like all aspects of the downside, all these elements share a purpose to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, move on. Hey you guys, how long has it been since I last told you you're my favorite customers? Because I just want to remind you that it's definitely true, okay? So, come on in, I guess. This fucking dude. Man, with all the stuff I have, I'm probably never going to use any of this. Why not? So, be seeing you guys. Let's use. Who should I use that on? Got hope and quickness, right? 16, 10, 14. Hmm. 21, 19, 20. Yeah, might as well. There's a simple pleasure to be found foraging about this place. Easy for Kerr to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. The nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. Observed stardust freshly falling from the heavens sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found a use for it as yet, although as it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. As the sky above the hulk of Horus darkens, companions watch in silence and await the commencing of the rites. Tamatha speaks up after a time. Never ceases to be awkward waiting around like this. Now everything is ready, and the stars begin to shine once more, precisely as foretold. For the first time, I can not use a single freaking one. Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I don't need any more of this. I'm not gonna bother trying to get the achievement, because with stuff like that, I just want to get it out the way. Like, if I'm gonna do something, I'm just gonna do it fully.
I am still very cross with you, you know.
You can fuck off.
To think I saw in you a worthy heir.
What, to become a bitch like you?
Not just to the legacy of the Night Wings, but to the future of the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth's gonna die.
Traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand.
Right.
Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
The adversaries whom you were to confront, when instead you had your run-in with Orlek, assembled at the opposite side of the clearing. Their pyre burns bright. Udmilda emerges from the ranks of the withdrawn and calls out to you. Calls out to the rest of you. Foolish, ye who would obstruct our calling, and of Yislak's grand design, the demon who you summoned against us shall pay. All of ye shall pay. Even now, the black star of Yislak engulfs the sky. The sky, and in time, it shall engulf ye all in its fire and its fury. The withdrawn seem all the more determined to prevail against you now after Orlek denied their chance to stand against you last time. Oh, great.
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
Oh, shut up. You're not gonna freaking make me. You're not not gonna rush me here.
Faye. Tizo. The choice is cast.
Tizo's fired up and ready to take on the withdrawn. Yes, Slock. Bring to us thy terrible power. You know, he doesn't care about you, like, at all.
Commence. The Night Wings thus assert themselves.
Yeah, this isn't gonna be a problem. Okay, man.
Was dangerously close.
Oh, fucking yikes, man.
Banished.
Every time, I should just throw it immediately. How is that not hitting?
Well, for now, witch.
That freaking...
Faye threw it in.
Oh my goodness. What is this? Freaking lag, man.
The orb. Splendid. Banished one and all.
Even now, the ashes of our pyre mingle with his lifeblood. Prevail or no, ye shall not interfere with his return. It's probably not how that works, but sure.
If I were
Okay, I
I'd be right.
definitely threw it.
Now take it. Glory to the scribes.
Yeah, I know.
No more than a lick of flame remains.
I freaking hit you, man.
What happened there? Oh. Audacious, aren't we?
These freaking assholes are so annoying. Holy shit, man.
That one almost got through. Ouch. And it is done.
Man, that was annoying.
The Night Wings prevail.
He's so pissed off.
Mayhap the scribes shall simply smite them down next time.
Yeah, you're just blaspheming at this point. It's not how that works.
The rite is ended.
You're just casually saying whatever the fuck he wants. You slack. Savors defeat. Thine, ours. He cares not. You shall see. Sure.
There is much to learn from this experience.
Blessed are the scribes, whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars, and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I say? What did I just say? Why? That was strange, but I feel so invigorated now. Yeah, and I need that.
First is Kelma Rope Collar. Until the next rite, if there even is to be another one.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles bested the Withdrawn almost effortlessly. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better, at least, and expressed gratitude to Pamitha, Faye, and Tizo for their efforts. Just done, Loon Minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you. Follow him back out to the darkness. Back out into the darkness. Stars above seem to be few and fading, yet one still shines defiant. Yep, thought so. $72. So yeah, we're fighting the Withdrawn. Yep, sir. So yeah, Titan Star's all done. It's just the Glade of Lu for Celestial. All the triumphants I've fought. I've gotten basically everybody's backstory except for Headwind, without to be a new playthrough. Keep pressing that, and then pretty much everything else is done. Only a couple of achievements left that I can get. Notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you regarding the night sky. The gate guardian and I, we've paid witness to liberation rites upon the fall of Solium for a long time. I've seen so much, and so, but taken aback is all to see something which I have never seen. Look upon the stars together for a while, then wish for you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. Lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It's grown very late. You need rest. The Black Wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. Honestly, I feel like I could just beat the game. I mean, if it's gonna be this fast, I have 3 more then. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent, Emperor's Fall appear ashen. Those who fail to traverse Emperor's Ascent often end up dashed upon these rocks. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by elements. The lone minstrel observes all this alongside you. Inclement weather. We have lately seen, reader, sir. We ought be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. Then, I suppose this means we soon shall see Celeste once more. Then, I shall go tell everyone to prepare for landing. You arrive once more among the fading glory of Mount Lodiel. It appears that Udmilda and the withdrawn have already arrived along the other route. And just for sake of everything, look at what everyone's doing. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Faye on a brief expedition to the monument of Molten Malaise. O scribes, how can I better serve your will with my remaining time along this path? How can I better serve my friends? I sometimes fear my love for you and my friends are at odds. But I know this cannot be. Your teachings are of unity and solidarity. You and my friends are the same. Returns to the wagon once she has finished paying her respects. Vacation once more to pursue your vacations. I just don't see the point of raising Tizo's rank. Fulford gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through strength of will, trust in one's triumvirate rather than through dexterity alone. He nods in understanding. 80, man. Most fascinating aspect of all this. One I endeavor to continue studying for a long time yet. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone. Exiles of the Nightwings. You must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the rite shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. And as for me, we shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. Apologize for my behavior before. Shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. Man, that must be annoying to have to say it every single fucking time. Number 1, companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so. You follow them in turn. Gate guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste? Or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You are free to accompany them, Tariq. As you will, Celeste. Till we meet upon the summit then. Soon, that's probably the last time we talk to her. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time, because I was just thinking maybe I'll close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good, and everything. It's been a little slow in spots. A little slow is all. So I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that? Just to fucking wrong that a sale might be a good idea to liven things up a bit. Well, I guess maybe that's a way to look at things. So, then, I'm gonna think about it. Stew on it a while, but no promises, okay? So, you buying something here or what? That's pretty good, but not quite worth it for other things. That's how you get a repeat customer there, Dan. You give them a deal. I suppose. There are natives in this land with some capacity for thought, an oddly keen instinct for the mercantile. Suspicious creatures, but not disagreeable entirely. From time to time we make exchange with them. They lust for coins, for their imperial soul. But why? They do not say. We speculate it is a delicacy. It serves us a little purpose here, whilst their slug market wares are sometimes valuable. The creatures appear drawn to places where the heavens shine the brightest, perhaps because they know we are as well. What they want exactly is unclear. We taught them of our lands, yet they remain preoccupied with simpler things. Why the heck would they care about your lands? They don't live there. Okay, that's 20. I'm not wasting my time with that. That's 18. That's 20. And that's 20. So, yeah. Let's go. Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the withdrawn. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments, prior to its commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both. I've traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place, free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years, rather than striving here under the stars? Maybe you would have tended the land, simple life on the farm may have been your calling, missed the earth where you are from. Maybe you would have sailed across the seas, waters past the border of the Commonwealth, therein lies the freedom you would have sought. You would retire to the outskirts. You might have gone where it is quieter and peaceful, enjoyed the stillness for a while. You would have fought for freedom. You yet feel an obligation to correct the Commonwealth toward a better course. Yeah, I would have just chilled. You long to find some solitude out there, though of a different sort than all the solitude available in such abundance in the downside here. You would have lived out your days in peace, beyond the bustle of the Commonwealth, and in a manner closer to the olden times. Peace be with you then, reader, wherever it is that your travels shall take you, in this life or the next. Just then the lone minstrel looks forth. You see that it is time. Stars above, though, faint, begin to burn.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the withdrawn quickly put out your pyre. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Yeah. The pyres burn, and each of the triumphs is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, each of the triumphs is present and prepared. Then, united one the withdrawn, come forth now, declare yourself, pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bog dweller Udmilde appears from the shadows and reaches for her mask. Yes, we are known to be a witch Udmilde. Our adversaries, they are nothing to us, or the one we serve. So just in general they call. Well no, she also has snakes for her hair, doesn't she? Kind of. Or they just call themselves we for some reason. Ye all shall be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife. Strife? It's kind of weird to have to elongate the sentence. Brought down by the fell wings and many seeing eyes of Islak, the astral born. You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmilde. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes. The scribes. They failed to stop Islak, and he shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are of no consequence in Islak's grand design. It's like she just forgot that she got absolutely curb stomped, even with her precious lord's help. Man, I think she literally blocked it out of her mind. She was literally freaking out. And she just forgot it or something. Damn. She must be traumatized or something, because she was literally screaming. And yet now she's all calm and pretending like nothing happened. She either has the best poker face in the universe, or she's just insane with blocking shit out. Because she was literally going ballistic. She dons her mask once more. Soon, we shall return. Excuse me. Unto the land which Islak shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood, and that of many, many others. Yeah, that's not happening. Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose quickly. May you heed your heart, making your choice, Raider. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to
Who
return?
are we returning? Probably Sir Gilman. I mean, he's the one who deserves to be here the least. He literally did nothing wrong. Gotta get my boy out. Has this knight at last regained his honor? Let us now find out.
Who shall stand with him? Volfred.
Prepare yourself, Sir Gilman. For on this night, the Nightwing shall prevail in your name and set you free.
Faye.
Me? Of course. I'll do my best. This is important.
It is done.
Soon, Yislak. Very soon, we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye, Nightwings, we have much in store for ye. Okay.
Commence.
Okay. What was that? Are they just not going to the defend or like what? Okay, man. No. What are you doing? Okay. Gotta get him at least one. Oh, fuck off. You don't even try to like. Okay. No. I know I have no Titan stars on or anything, but they're not really that good. Yislak, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Follow our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings. Damnation to the scribes. The invocation of Yislak, your adversary, which wields curse, shall summon forth dark pools of banishing ichor, wheresoever any exile is banished there this night. Okay. That's awesome. Okay. I didn't even have to go back. Dude, just straight up. No, I don't believe that. Okay, man. Fuck off.
Headlong goes Sir Gilman into
Okay,
flame.
one. You fucking with me, right?
Once more like that, and we are finished here. Woe is you.
Yes, woe is me indeed.
Disaster.
Okay, come on now. Every time, man.
The flames withstood what autumn put them out.
Oh my.
From this place.
I fucking threw it.
An opportunity.
Oh my goodness, okay. No, man. No. Fuck off. Like, so annoying.
The Night Wings proved their worth. Rather convincingly, I must admit.
Okay. Seriously, so annoying.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this affront against Islak has been recorded. His vengeance shall darken the skies. Right. Thought we were inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, and he was going to destroy us. So why would you take vengeance on something that's inconsequential? Sir Goodman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he is still taking in what has transpired, what it means for him. So then, this night, he is to be free? He's to be free? Nay, but that would mean his honor is restored. One cannot go back onto our commonwealth by any other means. This night's exile was so fraught, his disgrace profound, that he's been atoned under the eye of the Underking and those of all his noble comrades. He begins to grow very emotional, and then, this knight loves you all. He loves you all, that you would strive for him and let him join your noble crest. This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now, this knight is drawn into the Shimmer Pool. Our time grows brief. Therefore, know this, beloved friends. This knight shall ever strive, on your behalf, there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his true journey only now begins. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this knight must now bid you farewell. However, the bonds we form together shan't be broken by mere distance, nay. Strive on, good friends, strive on. Still hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. This lowly knight could have achieved such glory, surely can you all. For now, farewell, farewell. He deserved it. He is one of the ones who deserved it the most.
Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Ah, thank goodness. It is possible our plan shall not succeed. Well, that's only 72. Well, Sir Goodman is so inconsequential, he doesn't raise it by like 0.5 or 1 or 2. Or damn. I swear it was already 72. It is possible our plan shall not succeed, despite our fiercest efforts here and in the Commonwealth. But I know for certain that our efforts shall not be in vain. We learn and strive together. We prevail or we fail together. And this path we share has been and shall continue to be my greatest honor. Yeah, I know. So having that happen on the Pyre was just like,
Now,
it was too good.
execrable companions someplace else.
Oh, shut up. Execrable. What the heck? Literally never heard that word before. Obviously it means something bad, but extremely bad or unpleasant. Execrable. Execrable. Huh. You learn a new word. Why not? Throw the liberation right against it withdrawn. Ready does the Black Guardian feel quieter than usual without Sir Gilman turn to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. So we got Faye. Obviously Faye and T-Zone not coming. Pamathon probably leaving here. So it'd have to be really it'd just be Wolfred left and then perhaps myself. If I could find a way to free myself. If not, then Orlek, 'cause he definitely deserves to be free. It never grows easier having to say farewell to one of your own. One of our own. Scribes will see a safe return. Wonder who, if anyone, among you shall be the next to go. Okay. I was about to say, that'd be insane if a decorated knight puts no dent into the plan in a good way, not dent in a bad way, but 6%. That's not horrible. So I think that's actually one of the bigger percentages. The plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. But we have little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. So yeah, no, there's 2 more. So it's gonna just be rite, regular rite, and then liberation. Okay, I'm going Glade of Luke because I don't have that one yet. Regardless of who it is. Who's next? Pyre Hearts. And then don't care. Yeah, let's just go Glade of Blue. Now, the stars bid you return to the Glade of Blue. We should stand against the accusers once again. Your adversary, Lendl the Liar, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. Slash mighty chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. Exiles at the downside, striving to be free. Your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself, running out of time. Following Sir Gilman's liberation, the lone minstrel's return to the wagon stands as though nothing has happened that night. He tilts his head a bit as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have repelled the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. Commendable achievement. Surely Sir Gilman shall live out his days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps he may now seek Bertrude there in your commonwealth. I should think Bertrude will have liked to witness what took place this night. I trust that, together, they shall make a formidable difference to the plan which all of you endeavor to achieve. Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. Alright. It's not like exactly the same dialogue he always has after a rite. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It's to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. I think once there's like a C, A, B, or like CAP, like an L, it always messes me up. Inextricably. But like the rites are ending. So what successors are there? Just everyone's gonna stay here. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. I should just beat the game, honestly. And I'm not tired. If it's 2 more, that would just be 4 rights in general. At dawn, your companions are ready to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Glade of Lu, but soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. The hidden Glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though. There it lies, below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Lu's Glorian 100 Mines. I understand the river named for him is rather famous in your commonwealth. The mouth of the river Sklorian opens wide, not very far from here. The large river on the other side which cascades down eternally into the downside. Begone, to distant lands beneath our own, more suited to your kind. It was there that limbless Arazek was defeated, turning the region lush and livable. At least for certain denizens, although, of course, not everyone believes this. Right. Your adversaries, the accusers, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your right against them, Raider. So we got... It's just 4. Might as well try to level up Tizo as much as possible. Oh yeah, it's just 4 of them. I'll at least be able to get them to 4. You and Tizo make a quick search of the dense foliage of Cinderroot, where you find nothing of note. Tizo hoped to find something today, but nonetheless seems grateful for your company. You soon return to the Black Wagon, where the others are preoccupied with their own pursuits. You should have time enough to pursue vocations. You observe Tizo rummaging about the Black Wagon as though in search of something. He notices you there and rushes up to greet you. Tizo's glad that you are here. He was just reminiscing about old times. Just as quickly, he resumes his search. Tizo's looking for something a former exile the Nightwings once gave him. He's growing frustrated that the object he seeks is nowhere to be found. He almost do not notice the lone minstrel's approach. I'm afraid that it is gone, Tizo. I am very sorry. Reader, it's nothing that ought to be cause for much concern. Merely that Tizo has misplaced something of sentimental value to him. It was just a spare bandage, he indicates, exactly like the one on his horn. Tizo here has had many adventures with the Nightwings. Is that not so, Tizo? He squawks in approval. Those memories shall always stay with you. Is that not what matters most of all? Confirms this as well. Then, please do not worry yourself about it anymore. It's just a symbol of a distant past besides. Tizo skulks away, up into the rafters. The old minstrel watches him go. The object that he seeks does not exist, reader. Tizo searches for it from a fleeting memory of his days with the Nightwings of the past. Performed the regular duties of the other drivers at first, soon distinguished himself. I was none too surprised. He was clearly special. He had grown close with the other members of the Nightwings when misfortune fell, and the triumvirate fell apart. Perhaps Wolfred has revealed to you more of the details. As for Tizo, I feel he must make peace with the shadows of his past somehow. Perhaps then he shall cease searching. You need not worry for him, of course. He's resilient and shall always serve the Nightwings well. You might say that he was born for it. Begging your pardon, reader. The old minstrel excused himself in his polite way, leaving you to consider what he said. I don't really see what was. Yeah, that's 20, that's 20. That's 20. Might as well up it by a bit. Tizo would be pleased to go over the finer points of the rites with you. When Tizo go over his understanding of his aura, his connection to his presence, both physical and spiritual. Discussion proves informative. Tizo gives thanks to Haub the Swallow for watching over and protecting him. Yeah, I need that. Tizo believes the size of one's aura does not always correlate to one's capacity in the rites. I mean, obviously not, or else Gilman would be absolutely bad, but he's one of the best characters, in my opinion. Excuse me. Finally. Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poison woods of limbless Arazek the Root Titan, in his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of Arazek's vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own. For our own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives forevermore to prevent Arazek from taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Let me see if I have everything. 27, right? Nope. 9, 31, 3, 5, 47. Seems like I'm missing a page there. I have 37, 38. No, I'm missing 2. Yeah, it could be 39, 40, and then 41, 42. 7, 49, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 1, 3, 65, 7, 69, 71, 5, 7, 9. So it's just this. Just 2 more pages that aren't here. That's 39 and it's 41. This is 43. Yeah, I'm sure they'll just appear at some point. Let me just search it up actually. Sure, there's probably not something specific I could do. I actually need to buy stuff from the slug market, actually. That's interesting. I can do that. Hey guys. No. It seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say, without that slippery little character. Well, I used to hang around with you, I mean. Talks like this a lot, you know what I mean? Hope he found that honor thing he's always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now. Oh, man. Oh, I got the achievement for... Yeah. Appreciate you doing business, and you guys be sure to tell your friends, okay? Sure. Special mention must be given to the downside's most prolific native creatures, which we call the imp. With all respects to our comrade Haub, an imp himself possessing of extraordinary intellect. Most imps are driven by the simplest impulses: to eat, to drink, to procreate, to move, and to survive. These creatures, then, are symbols of this place. They're far more resilient than they seem. Though wild by their nature, they, like all of us, can learn. Hope insists that imps are willing to be put to work. Like other aspects of the downside, they wish more than to exist, but to exist with purpose. Okay. Let's go. Here, among the gnarled roots of the glade of blue, you wait the signal of the stars. There's no sign yet of your expected adversaries, the accusers. Then the little imp Tizo flutters up to you. Tizo cautions you that he has some history with your next adversary, Lindell. I would have assumed that it would be Hedwin, but since they're both humans, but guess everyone has a different thing. Tizo seems to be indicating that Lindell has a personal vendetta against him. Before he can explain anything further, the stars begin to call on to you. I'm not wasting my time with... Actually...
Archbeast Sungrease. The tattered mantle. Shax's 6 shoulders. Dullness the locket.
Let's see how annoying this can be. I just need to, like, not be bad at the game. right? That's how this goes.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free.
That's not really what we want, but
Still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition.
your tradition can
Some of us
suck
hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
my balls. I don't care. You're a bunch of degenerates who deserve to be wiped off the face of the fucking earth. But whatever. Your companions are assembled and ready for the rites to commence. However, there's still no sign of your adversaries, the accusers. Nah, seriously. Fucking hate the Commonwealth. They can go fuck themselves. Little Mtizo screeches something, cautioning you all to stay alert. But then, someone leaps forth from the shadows. He grabs at his mask. Aha! Caught out, you miserable beast. I knew it. After all this time, I knew that you were still among their ranks. Tizo is angry to have stumbled into an apparent trap laid for him by Lendo. Silence, fiend. You robbed me of my freedom, my dignity. Your evil shall be ended here and now, and you, Nightwings, shall not deny me thus again. Come then, my accusers, for you face again none other than the spawn of that cursed imp, Hope the Swallow. Let's show him now that he's a disgrace. Tizo whistles something angry back at him. Whatever transpired between him and Lindell in the past, Lindell evidently has not let it go. Oh, great.
Who shall it be this time?
Yeah.
Volfred. Arusta. Tizo.
Tizo hoped never to have to see Lindell again, but is prepared to face him. Nightwings, the wicked fiend you served is an affront. He denied my rightful freedom in my moment of triumph. I shall never forgive him, or any of you. You can do whatever you want, man. I don't care.
Now begin. Poof goes Lendl.
Oh, fuck off.
The pyre has been scathed.
Okay.
The wings have served her true.
Damn, this could be rough. Hold still, you misbegotten little pox. We're not finished with you yet. Tizo utters at Lindell a slew of the absolute worst in profanity. The curses could not possibly affect me any further, you foul spawn. You've taken everything from me already. But if I'm to be trapped in this forsaken hole with you for the remainder of my days, then I shall see to it that yours shall be as doleful as my own.
That
Okay.
Lendl yearns to regain his status in the Commonwealth. Would you deny him that?
Oh, fucking. So annoying.
Too bad.
Ah, man.
Too slow there, Panther.
Fuck you.
Threw it in.
Okay, come on.
Hammer has doused the flame.
Come on, please.
Merely a glancing blow.
Shut up.
A bit of a blunder. Their pyre shan't survive much more of that. Your adversary's pyre now falls short of yours. That pyre's flames grow weak.
Playing with such an MVP, man.
Someone there rose to the occasion.
Okay, man.
A decisive blow.
Man.
Your pyre shall soon be ashes on the ground. Now that is how to snuff a flame.
Come on.
Now go on, just once more. Another banishment.
Nope.
Good luck is all. All three Nightwings.
Fuck. Okay. Okay, so they're just dumb then?
Tizo banished. Oh, you poor Nightwings. A deftly thwarted the drive. Beneath contempt. A sacred miracle has kept the flames alive.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay.
Such chaos. And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail. The scribes themselves surely have taken note.
She's starting to seem bored and he's so disheartened.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
And I got the achievement for 6 at least. 12 is going to be rough, and I'm just definitely not doing that on stream. Teasel's very pleased that you prevailed, wishes to make a quick exit at this time. Blast! Where did he go? Where did he go? That infernal imp is a monster in disguise, a fiend, come forth to torment me to the day I die. Lendl storms off in a bit of anger. God, I could barely even voice his lines angrily because of how fucking amusing this is. Tizo reappears once the coast is clear, expresses his gratitude again. But Lendl said before, Tizo truly is a descendant of Haub the Swallow, and he has quite the legacy to live up to. Oh my goodness.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
That was too funny. He's so pissed. Oh man. 50. Holy shit. That saved me. I would have.
Be gone now from my sight.
Oh, that was so lucky. No more Titan Stars after that. I'll probably do that like on my own time. So I can't do that. I mean, I'd have to do it like the very first right that all the 12 Titan Stars are available. I don't even remember which one that is. Inside the wagon, after thwarting the accusers, Pyre is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others, and the lone minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination might further stir the hearts of your companions. I mean, it's obviously going to be Mount Lodial. Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. Two losses with the Essence and who was it? Oh, actually, was it the True Nightwings? Pretty sure it was. Sir Deluge. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt. Makes a sound, then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, Raider. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk along an labored path, to be all too much, we stand back and look upon it as a whole. We may well decide to turn around, but if we begin to walk, whilst casting down our gaze, and whilst resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. I had to make his voice kind of higher to have that more calm and like not really monotone, but just calm, like calm and like kind of subservient. I'm here to serve. What can I do for you? Kind of almost customer service-ish, in a way. I didn't even read the rest of that. Probably wasn't all that important, though. It's kind of annoying that you can't read the stuff once the stuff is gone, once you collect it. But Teasel has seemed somewhat less cheerful since his run-in with Lindell and the accusers. He approaches you, wanting for you to hear him out. Teasel seems unhappy about something Lindell said to him. Teasel understands full well why Lindell is angry with him. While Teasel does not like Lindell as a person, he recognizes nonetheless that he denied his freedom. I mean, yeah, you beat him, so, like, it was liberation, right? He did what he felt was necessary. He wanted to help his friend go free. Nonetheless, he still feels a certain guilt and regrets that the rights force exiles into such situations. Like, that's the thing that pisses me off. Lindell's pissed off that Tizo, beat him and thus denied him his freedom. But if Lindell had beaten them, then he would have denied Tizo's friend's freedom or Tizo's freedom. But he would find that perfectly fine. Because, like, how are you gonna be upset that someone did something to you when this is a fair fucking fight and that's how this shit works? But then you'd be perfectly fine doing that to them. Like, you're acting like it's such an affront. It's such a horrible, evil injustice when this is literally how the system works. It's what the Commonwealth has dictated, and has put upon everybody else, and the 8 scribes, and everybody agrees to this, and you're upset because you lost. You're acting like they murdered your entire family, you know, burnt your house to the ground, and stole all your fucking life savings or some shit. Like, no. You agreed to this, you chose to do this, and you're pissed off that you suck ass and you lost. Like, that's not my problem. You know? Like, I don't know what to fucking say to you. Get better. Just fucking get good. That's literally all you can do. That's not my issue. You know, but then he would feel perfectly justified in doing that to Tizo or any one of us and not give a shit. And he would feel, you know, and if we were to say something, you know, guarantee he wouldn't feel bad or care. So it's like, fuck off, you little bitch. You're being a baby. Grown ass man. He fell silent for a while. Whether the 8 scribes ever intended for imps such as he to participate in the rites firsthand, difficult to know for certain. I mean, the first scribe was an imp, so yes. Like, what do we? Why is this not a dialogue even here? It's literally in the book. Like, the first scribe was an imp. This just, like, okay. Tizo is grateful to you for listening. He knows the scribes created the rites with good intentions. He promises to keep doing his best to live up to the legacy of the scribes. Yeah, I know, sometimes devs make dialogue and it's like, that just doesn't make sense to anything that has been stated otherwise. Like, before, Supergiant is usually good with the writing. That just felt kind of stupid. Like, did they forget everything about Haub? And, you know, the entire point of him being one of the scribes is that it doesn't matter what species you are and anybody can, like, it's kind of the entire point. They literally have raiments for imps, like, specifically made for imps, so why the fuck would, I don't know, this feels kind of ridiculous. He bounds up into the rafters with some of the other drive imps, regardless of whether he truly is a descendant of Haub the Swallow. Surely the scribes would have been proud of him. Okay. Holy shit. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False, Nightwings. Orlick calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again, you seek that cursed mountain beneath us. Again, you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall, as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Okay. You little bitch, come back here. He's lucky they made it so that we can't follow him. Mick landed on the sacred mountain Lodiu after your encounter with Orlick. Orlick spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. He has transgressed against the rights. He's also already been appointed and prevailed. Like, I keep getting a good voice for him and then just completely forgetting what the fuck it is. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he should not make clear. For now, you are to confront Sir Deluge and the Pyre Hearts upon the summit. First, you may prepare. Later that afternoon, you accompany Volfred to the solemn beauty of the temple cistern to the monument of Under King Oras. Faith is all that brought me all this way, and yet I have great fear about the outcome of our plan. 81. I mean, that's pretty good. I prefer like 95 or something like that. But it's 2 more people, so I'll try to have Volfred and then probably Orlek. So many here in the Commonwealth have put their faith in it. That should we fail, but no, we will not have failed. We will not have failed. Turns the wagon after he's finished paying his respects. Summit awaits. First, there's time to continue practicing your vocations. Something about a character like him being worried and paranoid. Well, not paranoid, but like being worried about how everything's going to turn out. I don't know. I like to see really characters that are really sure of themselves, really confident in what they're doing, have that be kind of swayed, and like if it's done in a good way, but it usually is. Tizo's more than pleased to hear you tell him of the rites. He asks Tizo to explain to you in his own words the histories of the ex-scribes and speak to how their varied backgrounds form the basis not just of the rites but of the Commonwealth. Tizo thinks the scribes still watch over the downside. I should have time for at least one more location. Hopefully get him up to the last rank. Deep in the sheer cliffs of Mount Elodial, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since his liberation at the Fall of Solium, when, at last, his self-imposed exile came to an end. And that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that, before long, he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain on the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, saying that he had no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thank the messenger imp for the report, salute it crisply, as surely Gilman would have. Soon, the news has everyone in the wagon talking. One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him. You think that one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't think I can. Tizo feels inspired by the news of Gilman's selfless actions. Noble Gilman has made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. News of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Let's go. You return once more to Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian waits under a dim sky. The exiles are the Nightwings. You're new, Tariq. This is to be one of our final meetings. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterward, I would have words with you, in private, if you please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate one after another, and once more you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all and then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes build the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. I wonder if she gets bored of doing this every single time. How long does she have to wait in between? And Tariq? I, Celeste? You may join the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. everyone. I shall see you shortly. Let me just listen to this real quick. Let me see the ladder. Yeah, 81%. Okay. Oh, hey guys. Hey guys. It's gotten real cold again up here, but it's worth it. Let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by, doing the stuttering and the nasally voice. It's just like I can't do that. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I've been waiting here. Oh man, I'm not really used to this. A little while, I could guess, but are you buying anything? Give me a lot of this. 98 presents. Why not? That should be alright. You guys are really my favorite customers, you know? Last page. Survival is often conflated with the physical. When we think of survival, we assume the need to sustain our bodies, to improve our bodies, or improve our bodies. Strong survive, but when take it from an alpha chief, there are different kinds of strength. The spirit is what drives us. By comparison, the body's impulses are weak. Herein the downside, faith is found in limited supply. Trinkets and mere baubles that will barely fetch a price in our homeland here are talismans. Trinkets and mere baubles that barely fetch a price in our homeland here are talismans. Seek talismans that mean something to you. Hold on to one that you hold dear. To reward you with reminders of your faith, your power, your potential. Let's see, who do I want to? Presents. 17, 21. time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming, the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the Pyre Hearts, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. There is something that I wish to ask you, Raider. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You reserve the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rights are you supposing yet remain? Yeah, and I know it's two, including this one. Tell him the only logical deduction which you've been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late, that there shall be one last final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wish to make certain that you are aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth. And it's really just speaking softly with him, which makes it a bit harder to actually... Yeah, none of that. Actually...
Dullness the locket. Jack's 6 shoulders.
Whatever.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more.
No.
Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still.
Yeah.
I would not sing your praises to them. Rest
Didn't tell me
assured.
that the voice would be such a bitch.
I
Shut the
trust
fuck
that
up.
you shall savor this
This
occasion.
dude. He was annoying before, now he's just...
Oblige me for much longer.
Thank goodness. I think they balanced it just enough so that he gets kind of annoying at the end, and then we just don't have to deal with him anymore. Thankfully, I would go insane. Because goodness gracious. It's not even his attitude, it's just knowing that he's such an actual piece of garbage. That bothers me. Like, just stop talking, man. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, nod to one of the pyre hearts. Come forth now, declare yourself. Pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Sir Deluge tentatively slithers forward and starts to struggle with his mask. This knight is called Sir Deluge. He's among the most decorated knights of the Sea Dominion, having survived many battles. Record well these proceedings, for his valor shall soon become the stuff of legend, and probably some of your songs. I want to give him more of a a higher squeaky voice, but I can't really go that high. Is it not so that you have fled from every battle in which you were expected to fight, Sir Deluge? Or have our messengers all been misled in this? The lies, spread no doubt by the detestable Nightwings. Their treachery is such that they dared steal one of our own triumvirate. It is for the triumvirates to decide who shall stand with them. If one of your pyre hearts was taken in by the Nightwings, then ask yourself why your companion would have left. That this knight knows full well. Know why full well. Because not all who hail for the Sea Dominion seem to know the meaning of honor. And now, Nightwings, the grave injury which you have caused the pyre hearts hereby challenge you. Ah, man. Yeah, and I struggle with the voice here. I just can't go that high. Know that this knight would strongly prefer a traditional duel to the death. Such a shame that bloodshed is against the rules. He somehow puts his mask back on. You know, it's not even a mask, it's a straight up helmet for them. At least it looks that way. I don't understand how the heck they put it on. Pyre Hearts, protect your liege at all costs. Celebrity depends on it. If this knight is not getting out of here, then neither of you. I mean, if you get out of here, you don't, then they're not getting out of here regardless? Like, what? Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation, right? I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader. And I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tariq. She's talking to him a lot more now.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Yeah, we got 2 more. We gotta get... I don't know. I kind of want Wolfred to be one of the last ones to leave, but... Oh, no, really. Probably needs to be... So what are you really planning on freeing Pamitha or Faye, as much as I like them as characters, but at the end of the day it doesn't really matter that much, but I know Wolf is gonna have more to say. Whatever.
Wolfred.
There's so much to be done. Should I or any one of us return? But let's focus on the here and now. We face a worthy adversary there in the Pyre Hearts.
Who shall be at his side? Tizo.
Teasel seems very determined to support Wolfred. And do a bit more presence, but a bit less quickness, a bit less hope. Scribes are watching over us, especially you, Mr. Wolfred. But look, just go easy on this knight, okay? Because he hasn't had it easy. And his fellow Worm Knights kind of want him out. Now you just figured it out? Alright, dude.
Commence.
16, not bad. Well, why? Why is it? Why? It is raining now? Ugh. Just as his knight was beginning to think things could not possibly get worse for him. Oh, great. Now poor Pyre's getting soaked. Although, Sir Deluge must have realized this disadvantage applies equally to you as it does to the Pyre Hearts. Henceforth, your Pyres shall be gradually drained by the rainfall. That's great, I guess. minus 10. I mean, I have 100, so that's not really affecting me that much. That's actually really good. Thank you. Okay, man. Yeah, no. Fuck. Okay, man.
So fiercely fought. Oh,
This dude.
now then.
Every time, man. Holy shit.
Fire of resolve. No more than a lick of flame remains. How very fortunate. And there it is. at
Yeah, they
last.
were so bad. They didn't get a single hit.
The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free.
He's literally
Absolved
greeting
of all misdeeds.
his teeth. He can't even say it.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others.
It'd be hilarious if he just
shall
straight up was like, nope,
remain
fuck it, I'm not saying this.
to
Fuck you
carry
guys.
out
I hate them.
rightful sentences.
Like I'd love that if he was just like, nope, I'm not saying it. I'm not doing the ceremony. Fuck you, Nightwings. You guys are trash. I hope you die. Like, just cut all the pretenses. Stop pretending to give a shit about the duty, and just show his true colors. I think that'd be fucking hilarious. I mean, it's already doing it a tiny bit, but I wish it just went all the way. Yeah, this knight knew it. This was too good to be true. Surprised he's not like cursing at us and saying we cheated or some shit. I'm indebted to you all. Words fail me, but I shall try to force a few, as now I haven't long, the plan of which we're all a part, cannot, by its nature, be dependent on any given individual, and that includes myself. We each faced doubt from time to time, and I became quite certain I would never see the Commonwealth again. The stars faded, and all. That outcome would have been acceptable to me, provided that our plan prevailed. My agents in the Commonwealth, and those of you who managed to return, united, you for certain can achieve much more than I, or any one of us. Nevertheless, bound to be the next one to return, and I have my work cut out for me, I think. He falls silent for a moment, then, Nightwings, this has been the greatest honor of my time. I now take leave of you, to do my very utmost to ensure the sacrifices you have made for me, our nation, all of us, that those sacrifices shall not be in vain. Then he reaches out to you alone.
Until we stand again together.
Okay. With that, Wilfred Sandalwood vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. He calls out from within as his return journey begins. Stand together, all of you, no matter what shall come. I shall see you on the other side. We may be separated soon by distance, but our purpose remains shared. Scribes guide you. He deserved it.
Godspeed, Volfred de Sandalwood. The cycle
Long
of
ass
the
limbs.
months is nearly at an end.
Alright, so he's basically, since he's a tree, he's like actually rooted into the ground. He's basically walking in the ground. Thank goodness. A hidden power, terrible and brighter fury, seems to have awakened within Tizo. All in all, he seems very enthusiastic about it. It's gonna be strange without him. Return to the wagon after having prevailed against the Pyre Hearts in the Liberation Rite. Okay, so that wasn't the end. Well, Tizo wishes Volfred a safe journey home. Do you think Volfred is already home? You succeeded in liberating Volfred. Return to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to Mount Lodial for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of your plan. 91%. So many events, ready in motion. But even as you wait for them to happen, as they will, there's still something vital you can do. Now, reader, if you please, I fear the stars have little patience left. You turn back toward the darkness to look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Let's see. Only 3. This could be dissidents. Just interesting. I guess, I mean, it's in terms of whoever has won the most in a row, not who's won the most in total. So far we've had the Withdrawn, the Accusers, the Pyre Hearts. We face the Fates, we face the Essence, we face the Tempers. So just the Dissidents and the Chastity left. One more liberation, right? Seventh Jester. Okay, so we got why not? I'm interested in voicing Manly again. I kind of liked the voice I had for him. Once more, you had to face the Chastity then. Although, I wonder. He hesitates. Before saying anything further, cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. Celestin thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the Ridge of Goal when everyone is feeling more refreshed as much as possible. Since Volfred disappeared into the Shimmer Pool after the Liberation Rite, Tizo has been in a rather sullen mood. Could imagine why. Apart from the Lone Minstrel, he's known Volfred longer than anyone among you. Just then, the Lone Minstrel joins the both of you. It had to be this way, Tizo. Trust you understand. Tizo indicates he understands, though it does not make him less sad right now. I understand in turn. The Lone Imp runs over to him then. They hold each other tight for a moment. Volfred is now in a position to fulfill his plan firsthand. It is an opportunity which he did not expect to have, yet I am certain he shall take. Though, I do understand the sense of sorrow at the thought of never seeing him again. Tizo Ku's plaintively at this. Take heart, Tizo. We may all see each other yet, and if the stars decide we cannot do so in this life, then we shall do it in the next. Is that not so? Tizo manages to smile. That is better. Then he turns to you. Thank you kindly, Reader. It's not my role or in my nature to play favorites in all this, and yet, I must say, glad as me that Sandalwood is soon to make his mark again upon your land. Tizo likewise wishes Volstr well in his return, and here and long thereafter. That sounds more like the Tizo whom we know. Now, let us see if we might find something to eat at this late hour. Tizo heartily agrees with the lone minstrel's suggested course of action. Begging your leave, Reader. Sometimes a late night walk out in the cold is good for Tizo's spirits. To the morning, we're grateful to you for all that you have done for Volfred. They head out into the dark. Volfred, the one-time leader of the Nightwings, you wonder just what sort of impact someone such as he may have back in the Commonwealth. You know full well that his loss among the Nightwings is going to be felt, even as the plan of which you are part of comes that much closer to fruition. Okay, last one. Guess I didn't realize that I didn't have everything there. Guess I counted wrong. This should probably be the last one. Reader, although you shall always bear a burden, it's much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then, join with others such as you, and lead, with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free, to your successors here, shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rights shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated at the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. Let me see. I just have these 3 left. That's it. Goodness, Pamitha is still here. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Ridge of Gold for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. You could hear angry hissing coming from Udmild all the way from your position. Ye think, mayhaps, the skies belong to ye? This foolish. The skies, and everything above them and below, belongs to the Astralborn. Ye shall be smitten from his skies on his awakening. Now, be gone. How dare you, Nightwing scum? You blasted fools cannot intimidate the accusers. Shall face you soon enough in a forthcoming right. But first, another pack of fools whom we must vanquish shortly. Till then, stay out of our way. Ah, they deserve it. I'm just being an asshole. 99% of these guys, I mean, really, only the Fate are not absolute dickheads, so I don't really feel that bad. Yeah, I already have everything. A foreboding feeling stuck with you since your arrival in the untamed reaches of Hollowroot. Some of it spreads to others in the group. Being stuck out here like this sure isn't doing me any favors. I don't think I feel good about this place. At least today I don't. Decided to focus on pursuing your vocations until the Black Wagon was ready to move on. That's it. Find a relatively quiet clearing to study the Book of Rites with undivided attention. Although, through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Which aspect? You concentrate on your knowledge of the 8 scribes and how together they compose the Book of Rites among their many feats. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Not bad. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long. Last 2 rites, and then whatever ending, however the end happens. I don't know what the format is. Hey guys, now don't tell me, but I ain't seen that old Mr. Sandalwood. It's not really the same kind of voice that I had before, but with all the rest of you. You finally get out of here or what? Well, good for him, I guess. As long as you don't take all the rest of you with him. Know what I mean? I value all of my customers. I mean, we kind of want to. Damn. I never even read it. His sisters, brothers, fathers, mothers, all were part of him until the arch split them in twain. Pretty sure. Crack Celestial Orb, once used by a triumvirate that ultimately prevailed in the Liberation Rite long ago. Pretty sure that's it. Okay. You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business. Let's see. Yeah, that's 20. And that's 20. So it's really just this. Interesting. It says usable once. Unless it said usable twice and I just didn't notice. Let's go. So making all the necessary preparations amid the windswept fields of the Ridge of Gold, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It's quieter than usual. It's quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. The lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news. I have checked. It appears as though the chastity have not yet arrived, reader, sir. There's no sign of Manly, or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite can commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken. Is this going to be Orlick? The true Nightwings? Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. Don't need to level up. I did 6 stars. I think that's good enough. one that I was talking about.
It is a flame,
Ah,
much like a stack of books.
well, that's
The
good.
flame, because of you.
Unless you mean more
Because of
metaphorically.
your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying.
The seals are straight up not there, huh?
As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Sure you will. Alright, they set to commence, but your adversaries, they failed to show. Smartest choice I've seen them make. They had no chance getting in another liberation rite, did they? Indeed. As the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirs whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth hitting it any longer. Manly. You wonder whether he would give up on the rights like that. He seemed so convinced he would prevail, and turn it in glory to the Commonwealth. Perhaps a contrary reality was too much for him to take. In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I asked that we end it.
Choose quickly your triumvirate. Tamatha,
I just realized she says Triesta, the matron of her, the scribe, the harp scribe.
Faye, Tizo. It is done.
Tizo seems rather melancholy about having to conduct the rite against no adversary.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you.
This is so weird.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default.
Okay,
Not that their adversaries even
I got the
care.
achievement, but it doesn't even really count. That one's easier. Don't know why the rest of you so down.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Just by default,
May
I got.
misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
You can go fuck yourself. Ah, man. That was hilarious. I got the damn achievement for dousing the pyre in less than 3 hits. But, like, I won it by default. So I'm just gonna have that achievement there, even though I didn't even really earn it. Like, wouldn't you just get it automatically if you hadn't gotten it there? That's kind of annoying, actually. No one speaks further of the chastity back at the Black Wagon, but is instead preoccupied with the right that is to come. Tizo can scarce believe this is to be the final opportunity to liberate one of your own. But yeah, if we didn't fight, I guess we would still just fight the dissidents since they have the most favor. That's just strange. The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, sir, and see this for yourself. May you well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. We're right here at the end, man. Let's see what the actual end point looks like. %94. think it said True Nightwings or something. I didn't really look. Summoned to the Fall Solemn for their 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. I see this delay in the stream so I can kind of look at. Damn, not really. It's whatever. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it should not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. Stars reveal to you one thing more. The adversary whom you shall face shall be Orlek. Yeah. Already, he has crossed Scribe's Gate and waits your arrival. The 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness. Perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It's a shame that we should have to confront Orlek in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. I'm almost tempted to just let him win because he kind of deserves it. Like, he got his liberation stolen from him. You know, it should by default, like, he should just be able to go. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodiel to make the final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home, but who?
Foolish reader, your so-called friends, you are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you.
You seriously think you can
You shall never have your freedom.
get me with this at this point? Maybe at the beginning, but right now, right here. By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Solium. No one speaks. Man, I don't blame them. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may fit the circumstances. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? Yeah, let's hear it. Urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad, so that all among you might hear it. It begins without another word. Now that's the last song that I needed. Well, not needed, but last song to unlock. It's kind of surreal that I'm beating the game already. Yeah, I need Pam at that too. forget that. You touch down amid the fading glory of Mount Lodiel to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part of shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. After having landed, you join Paramotha on an expedition to the monument of Jomier Menumain for what is likely to be the final time. Well, Paramotha, here you are again. Enjoy it while you can, I guess. Sounds like this is your last chance and everyone's. What would you even do if the reader darling there decided to pick you? You didn't decided yet? Or need more time there? You'll always be an outcast, Paramotha. Nothing waiting for you where you're from, and your sister hates you. Yeah, you want to go back anyway. Maybe because they thought they'd seen the last of you. Just imagine the look on their faces. Soon, she's finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomier Menumain has shown you favor. Dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vacations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Well, she says she wants to go back, but it doesn't really seem like she has a really good reason for it. And her sister's still down here, so I don't know. At this point, Teasel is really the one that I would think would be the best to. I mean, just so he could be around freaking like Volfred, if anything. Paramotha would have nobody, because Commonwealth is not going to accept her, and her harps are not going to accept her. Faye's going to continue to be an outcast, maybe not in the same harsh way that she was before, but she's still not really going to fit in. But Teasel's not really going to fit in, but he's going to have some people, you know. Jay's going to be kind of by herself. I don't know. I think Teasel's the best. I was not planning on getting Teasel out. I want to get Orlek or myself if it's possible, but I don't know. I also don't want to just let him win. I don't know. You excuse yourself from the others to go pore over the Book of Rites and its mysteries. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Let's just do speed. The 8 scribes who compose the book, their influence and their experience spreads through the pages, and into the willing reader's deepest consciousness. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Is that +2 quickness in general, or is that +1 quickness and then +2 quickness now? Yeah, no, that was just 2, because he had 10. That makes sense. So yeah, just in general. Last time. Here in the ancient formations of Mount Lodiel, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn this imp was personally sent by Volfred himself to fill you in on all the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Salia. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms and soon offered a seat among the justices of peace. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first. Branch of the Commonwealth's governing body and widely considered the most influential. It is they who pass sentencing unto those who transgress against their country and its people. But he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth have been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. The next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters, the revolution and a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the brazen act. Now, Volfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you and to transform the Commonwealth according to his plan. Seems kind of like an absolutely ridiculous idea to come back and then immediately be like, hey, you guys are corrupt. I don't think you guys are good anymore. Like, you might as well just say, hey, I'm against you. Come arrest me again. Like, it kind of stupid. Kind of dropped the ball. Like, unnecessary. Everyone else was in secrecy. You're like, you know, we can't let people know about the plan. Then you're like, oh, you guys are corrupt. It's like, okay. Like, you're just tipping your hand. It just seems super unnecessary and giving you guys too much attention. Like, no. Even if you guys already have a bunch of people on your side, it just seems unnecessary. I don't know. It feels like kind of almost a character assassination moment for some reason. It's a bit disappointing. It doesn't seem like he would make such a stupid mistake. Like, it's not like I know him fucking personally or some shit, but from the little bit I've seen of him, it doesn't seem like he would just do something so brazen like that. That there's no reason to play your hand in such a delicate situation. Closes with a message to you all. Have faith, we shall prevail together in the end. We thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking. The scribes are guiding him. They're on his side. I know that they are. I know they are because they told me so. I heard them. I just know. Tizo is very excited knowing Wilfred is alive and well back in the Commonwealth. He's his own convictions. I will give him that. Convictions can't erase the centuries of enmity between my people and the Commonwealth. May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir. Even if the rites themselves shall cease, or your plan is achieved in full. The news of Wilfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. You stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her. The exiles of the Nightwings. We should not meet again after the coming right. Tariq and I. Should be time we take our rest, I think. Greetings, Celeste. I'll tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I'm uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. We have a duty to uphold, Tariq. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing. Not for the rights or us. Not until the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with shortness in their step. Tizo believes his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings and seeks to live up to their legacy. Oh, my name is Faye, and I'm here because of the scribes. This is the path they have shown me and all of us. I like it when they call to me. Tamitha Thane here. I came seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness since she ended up in here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it as yet. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a common wanderer who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. I thought you said the rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, and then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The gate guardian and the lone minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. Good for him. Took her literally forever to... they could have spent so much more time together if she hadn't been such a freaking stiff about it, but it's whatever. You've gained the summit of Mount Elodio for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. Seeks me? What? Okay. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So, let me be blunt. Please, listen for a moment then. Don't think she's ever said please, like ever. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. all of it, since the binds that form the rights becoming weak, which means soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, services will not be of any further use. I mean, without the talismans that we got, it would be a lot harder. I'd love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my beyonders shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you go. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon the Beyond the Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep you trapped. Content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I prefer to do so in your company, for I do enjoy your company, Raider. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay, whilst I remain unchanging, but I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Exactly what I was saying before. Thank you. Thank you for seeing sense. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I'm well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life, however you see fit, for your own sake. And all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? Could always try to sell the Beyond the Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. Oh man, there must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, for my sad little proposition, what do you say? Agree and do it? Why not? Sandra's proved to be a kindred spirit. You would rather not part ways with her and decline with all respect. Beyond the Crystal is not your property, nor is Sandra's penance your responsibility. I was a bit pissed at her when she was like, don't talk to me, blah, blah, but she saw sense and, she's a bit, something sometimes. She's a bit like, she's an assassin. She's not really sociable, but yeah, why not? You grasp the Beyond the Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She's at a loss for a moment, then, let us go then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone for now. Okay. I got all of them. %. Unfortunate for all of them. But I don't really care that much. One last time. Hey guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, Well, with all the stars with the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, just want to say, you guys are great. I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. But I got some good news though too. All my stuff, it's all on sale now. I'll throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So enjoy, and maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay? 5% off. This fucking asshole. Fuck you. Oh, man. Nothing here is worth it. I already have everything. 20. Wait, there's really nothing. I could hope to gain. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, maybe some other time then, guys. Alright. You've gained the summit of Mount Lodio for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. Lone Minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Raider, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance. I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up, extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Faye has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact. Oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you. So, here I am. The scribes are watching us. Tizo wants you to know that he has the utmost faith in you. Well, reader darling, what do you say we give those scribes a real show to remember then, shall we? Yes, indeed. Look upon your fellow exiles, companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, with whom you shall not conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs. Of this night, the outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. I think 94% is, like, that's like, just, it's gonna work. For now, all you can do is try to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. Okay. I really want Orlek to go free, though. Imagine I just do insane shit and just allow
Dullness the locket, limbless Erezek, unfathomed plurness.
just do it. I'm not gonna win. I think he deserves to.
All of the Titan stars, sheer madness.
I want him to win. Well, sir, I might regret this, but I just want to see what it's like. I think it's fitting for the last one.
Look for one last time upon the fall
I'm
of
probably
Sodium,
going to
dear
lose like
reader.
insane.
Hear me for one last time. For soon the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down.
Right.
The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone man shall concur as per the custom, not another word. The demon Orlek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here upon this mountaintop. We now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused. Nightwings, we should not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile or elect shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. Of all the people. It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the cases of each of your fellow exiles. Pamitha, Tizo, Faye. Your fellow exiles, companions, your friends. Together, you've come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. I don't know, man. Having to make this last decision is unconscionable. It's too much. You hesitate, but then you sense a reassuring voice from very far away enter your thoughts. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however you shall go about, and whatever the outcome, we understand. And so, you need not hesitate. You need not explain. So, please, trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. You consider what you are about to do, you cannot back down. Yeah. I don't like that I guess, just in case you didn't want to, like to have like reassurance, but like, if it doesn't reassure you, then it's kind of pointless. But it's still a nice little gesture. With what a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Um, 18 years. Devoted and faithful. Why not? I tell you that you've made a terrible mistake there, reader darling, but I think you haven't made as many as I have, so try not to mess this up for either one of us. Your choice is cast. As for your companions, as for your other companions who sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them, they stand ready to support Pamitha as well as you.
Who shall stand with her?
Obviously,
Faye.
blessed are the scribes who grant to me and all of this final chance that we might free our dear friend Pamitha. Tizo is ready to do whatever it takes to see Pamitha regain her freedom this night.
Very well.
Those are to be my adversaries then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? Sense, or like, searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me. But you who would relinquish your own liberty for the sake of them? Strange. It's fitting then that I should have to face one such as you. I give up my chance to be free, and he was robbed of his chance to be free. Interesting. Then Orlek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By the light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let's see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. I can't make my voice deep enough for how deep his voice is. I mean, I could, it would just be really uncomfortable. like physically uncomfortable. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tariq, I am prepared, Celeste. Then, let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste, let's make sure of it. Tizo fumbles with his mask. Tizo recognizes Orlek and greets him tentatively. Tentatively, yeah. It's good to see you. Orlek reaches for his mask in turn. How is the horn? Mended? Tizo indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long time now, and thanks Orlek for it. Right, he's a doctor, so he helped him. Good. Okay, what is with this lag, man? Please stop. Good. Full recovery then. But it is unfortunate to see you standing there with them, Tizo. Come with us. No questions asked. The proposition seems to catch Tizo off guard. Tizo indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Orlek to stand down, to listen, to not give in to anger. Orlek shakes his head. He puts his mask back on. This is something I must do, little one. Tizo dons his mask in turn. He chirps nothing more.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
170. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Thank goodness. Sky rains ash. Soon shall your Pyre's own mingle with them. Just then the skies above begin to rain down fire. The final throes of the cycle of the rites, the ending of the age. Bro. Brother, man. That was insane, bro. All of you. You shall rot here. Shall rot as I have for these many years. You, false Nightwings, who deny me once again my rightful liberty. You, who deny that liberty to all the triumphs you face and vanquish with the guise of the tradition of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair.
How he has changed, that Orlek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years. Oh. Most foul.
Oh man. Okay. Your Pyre flames out, threaten to die out at any moment. Orlek makes a sound like laughter but says nothing as he prepares one last assault against your side.
Simply monstrous, and there it is, at last. The true Nightwings proved their worth.
I know I was never going to
As for
win
the
that, but
Nightwings, they most certainly did not.
Oh, got the achievement, whatever.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
I suppose this means I'll have to be sticking around a while longer then. Orlek appears, his head bowed. For someone who has triumphed, you sense no pride in him. He posed a reasonable threat. Now, very well. You look upon Orlek for what you expect shall be the last time. Any moment now, the shimmer pool shall engulf him. Any moment now, he shall regain his freedom and return unto a commonwealth he has not seen in half a lifetime. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
What is going on here?
Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Surely it's not. Nothing happens. Soon Orlek tenses up. Because I used all the Titan stars, or like... I wouldn't think so. That I've been blocking the things every time. Each part-time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, taking in whichever exile prevailed. Now, all is still. Light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlek laughs to himself. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again, different somehow, but open. Orlek looks upon it, but does not engulf him, or at least, not yet. Seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This was not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Just then, Pamela approaches. That all sounds a bit too good to be true, in my experience. Pamela moves closer to the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Pamela. There's a warning. Pamela recognizes it as such and heeds it. I mean, it's a red. It was white and kind of gold before. I wouldn't trust this. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely perish in the current. Of that I can assure you. Orlek shakes his head. Then, I am cheated once again. No. The Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, Orlek, as the victor of this liberation rite that ends an age, the choice of who is to return is no longer decided, but is yours. Having to choose from those anointed, if the last light of the stars is extinguished and the rites draw to an end, this is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. All that remains then is for me to choose myself. Is that what you were saying? That has to be your choice? Then yes. How is this even a choice? What reason would I have to... Or like, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. Do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Why do I hesitate? To have come this far. To have regained what ought have already been mine and all those years ago. Why, now, would I hesitate to claim my right? The final trial of the scribes. Nah, it has to be his decision. I'm not gonna tamper with anything. Decision to be made here belongs only to Orlek. Failed in the final liberation rite, and is only fitting that he, at last, decide. Come here to reclaim what is mine by right. I choose my freedom. Since his mind is set, in that same instant, it feels to you as though he is set free. Then, it is done. Orlek stands very still, though his features seem to soften just a little, and then, he is gone. Except this.
Godspeed, Orlek.
Nah, I mean, he had 18 years.
By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites.
It's fitting.
It is finished.
I think the
Commonwealth.
ones who
What shall become of it?
the ones who stayed behind, including me,
What shall become of us?
we have the least amount of connection to the Commonwealth, so
The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
yeah. I mean, Tizo lived here. Faye seems to like it here. Let's see what this ending is. I know there's different endings depending on who else, because we didn't allow a single triumvirate to pass. That night, the exiled Orlek returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. Stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Wilfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles in the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. Leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile. They polished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. Remember the exiles, the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Let's just go. Once the rites had ended, the Mtizo had a job to do. Quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The minstrel asked that he watch over the black wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What came of the wagon exactly was never verified as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. He visited his friend Faye at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant. They were always close since they first met. Wilfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. He often chirped about the reader of the Nightwings, whom he built quite a rapport. The reader understood him perhaps better than anyone. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union. Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time in the Nightwings, with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saurian Union. Our nation formed in 839 AS after the fall of the Commonwealth. Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head. He would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. Let's check on the people who didn't make it first. Long after the rites had ended, Faye admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least, she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, whom she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tizo, who, more so than anyone, could always make her laugh. Though they could not see each other any longer, Faye often thought about Jujariel and spoke to her as though she were there. Faye never tried to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Mr. Jujariel might say. Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone whom she trusted as much as the scribes, it was him. One day, she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, although only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites, their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Faye always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the downside, both with courage and with grace. Who else didn't make it? Pamata. She changed her hairstyle. After the rites ended, Pamata Thane parted ways with the other Nightwings, stating that she needed time alone. She reappeared sometime after the fall of the Commonwealth, though she expressed mild surprise at the news. She claimed to have no knowledge of what went on, including what role the Highwing remnants had in the events that reshaped the world on the other side. For her part, Pamata feigned little interest, making the point that they were stuck and what happened elsewhere had little to do with them now. One day, while traveling to Black Basin, Pamata ran into her blood sister Tamitha for the first time since the conclusion of the rites. The reunion was not as amicable as Pamata might have hoped, and Tamitha, still resentful of their history together, turned violent. Pamata later brushed aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet, from that point on, the blood sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Having long since felt as though she had no home to call her own, Pamata continued traveling about the downside. As the tempest swept across the land, changing its features, she found in it a sublime beauty, and in the starless nights, she still could see just fine. She said such travels tended to remind her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Let's see. And that was about it for the triumvirates we weren't able to free. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodial with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We all know this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Syrian Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes and fulfilled their obligations. They parted the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their most famous songs describes another simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs. It was they who watched over the rites, ushered in our times. Now let me just do all the other people. Before I do, I'll just finish it off with our people. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Templars to call it quits. But first, he and the Templars decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and he took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns and what became of her. Those glory days as the most powerful conductor of rites had long since passed. He always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. What manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even a prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to sin the root. Like, if I was his family, I would just stop sending him money at some point. Like, you're in a wasteland. I'm not wasting my money on you. I'm sorry. Like, you're the dumbass who tried to buy your way into the government without paying attention to who's who and what their personality is like. Should have done your research. I'm not giving you all my freaking life savings. Like, that's not happening. Yet he wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him. His comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth, exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. When she realized that rights had ended, and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, which formed a pact to regroup on the other side after the liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in Commonwealth defenses, revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed at last without even having to fight. Inspired by liberal exiles, cast yourselves down. Chant from the Scribe's Return. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha encountered her blood sister. Tamitha had hoped their people's victory on the other side would be cause for reconciliation. Tamitha was skeptical of her intentions, however, and lashed out at her. Tamitha made no attempt to elude the attack and was struck full on. This cost Tamitha the use of her right wing, yet after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside and said maybe they would call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance but were cordial with each other. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So, when the rights ended, he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rights had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates at the distance proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomier Valley. Gradually, the other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaw some healthy competition. His old feud with Ruki Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and she forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who led such a directional existence to that point, found something of a calling to the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched them work. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test, where crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes had vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind. This outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles, the pirates, yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Well, good for him, I guess. I mean, after the cycles of the rites had ceased, which Ulmilde returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the pit of Malith. There, even her fellow exiles of the withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Malith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jomir Valley. Arson was suspected, though the case was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When, at last, the ash was settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch Ulmild could be found. As for the contents of the pit of Malith, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Sauron Union, Ulmild's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Oh, that's good. As the cycles of the rites drew to close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fates turned to Jomir Valley. There they struggled to get by, as the exiles of the downside tend to do. Soon after the rites had ended, the Old Hearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep for the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes. So, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day, during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the Spring of Jomir. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Fate, from the days as adversaries in the rites. Fate was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Shit. Come on. Damn it. Let me just search this up. Man. That's kind of annoying. Let me just get this real quick. Okay, let me just go. To my channel and look back at the VOD. Because I'm not missing this dialogue. I don't care how inconsequential it is. I want to get it. Okay, got it. That was so freaking fast. Sorry about this. I really want to get this dialogue. Eventually, of course, he did. They ran together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives and the downside. Eventually, did understand why she wanted to, why she was happy to see him. Okay, cool. Now, a day went by that Old Heart did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. That the stars yet shone, for surely Dalberts would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. After the final liberation rite, Lindell refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, waiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. Lindell dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now, the stars would shine for him again and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile knows Lindell the liar was never seen again. However, there have been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lindell's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. Well, it's great for him, I guess. With the rites drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, his time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrudes and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, although he assumes no liability for any side effects. Okay. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings become inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as a place of shelter and means of travel. However, there's no record of what happened to the wagon's content, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. Bog dwellers of the southern bogs offers still another explanation for they're familiar with binding enchantments. There existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. I feel like after being bound there for such a... they're ghosts. Do ghosts exist in this world properly? Like, would they just, like, go to heaven, hell, whatever, afterlife, or disappear forever? Like, because he's not really alive. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra's appeared before you, as well you can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense. I want to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She's referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I really wish that they would mention you at least in passing when next they are at it. Though they never shall know even the half of it, shall they? No. Could have been better. It's not like they're talking shit about you. You suggest to Sandra that the account of what occurred to her was really not that bad, and that you liked aspects of it. You're much too diplomatic, you know that? You can tell she is unswayed, yet her grin remains intact. She appreciates the gesture. Anyway, let's keep going. Lovely reader, we know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal. For now, you tuck it away safe. Let's see. I think I'll end probably with Headwind. Let's see, Orlick. In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Orlick at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it. After all, it was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Wilfred Sandalwood's plan. When Orlick witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of the scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped toward the crowd. Murmur and hush moved through the gathered citizens at the sight of him, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. But then, Orlick raised his voice with theirs, and they all stood united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns started to recede. Okay, so they do go away at some point. It makes sense. If they grow by being in the downside, being not there would make them disappear. Makes sense. He lent his skill and service throughout the birth of the Saurian Union. In light of having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Orlick sought out his former companion. Whilst they kept private the details of the conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. They were often seen together after that. Along with his thoughts, Orlick would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances and notwithstanding his duties as master physician of the state, Orlick led a very private life. He would have guessed that he was once one of the most accomplished rites conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, we shall not forget. When Wilfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun. The nation that had exiled him to life in the downside now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents, with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully, preparing for a night that would soon come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible, but we have a sap, a human, we only did 7 of the 8. We have him, a sap, Headwind human, Jordario. I mean, demons don't technically exist as a race. Technically, not on the. But Jordario, demon, Worm, Sir Gilman. Yeah, no, we didn't have Imp because Tizo was the only Imp we had. So yeah, who else? We had Rookie, Kerr, Big Bertrude being a crone. Right, you didn't have a harp either. And then who else? Fuck, who was the last person? Oh right, Orlek, which was another demon. So yeah, only 6 of the 8. We needed a harp and a imp. On the night of the scribe's return, he stood as one of the 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together through the streets. These former exiles, who have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with the people, poured from their homes in solidarity. It's imperative of the Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. Overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Realistically, they would have just brought soldiers out and started killing people, but it's a game, so it's whatever. Ensuring that this was his priority that night, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goals had been achieved. Sandalwood's work was far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried a new responsibility. After the Saurian Union was appointed the next year, and Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. Oh, come on. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. He evidently made amends with his old one-time friend Orlek, with whom he had clashed during their days as exiles. Orlek was instated as the nation's chief physician, became a close confidant. Fulford Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions. He remained ever steadfast about 2 things. First was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He often praised the exiles of the Nightwings that stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day on his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union presented to him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. After returning to the Commonwealth, the crone known as Big Bertrude promptly returned to a wet climate of her ancestral home in the southern bogs. There, for a time, it appeared that she had distanced herself from any involvement with society or with the plan of which she was a part. We know now that she worked diligently toward the goals outlined by Sandalwood, yet well outside the notice of even those who watched her movements closely. For example, the printed notices spread throughout the streets about the night of the scribe's return were all her doing, yet no one knew until she owned up to it much later. Subsequently, she returned her focus to the sort of work which had preoccupied her for many, many years, both in the downside and in the Commonwealth. And she remotely managed aspects of her business in the downside, ensuring that the exiles who remained there still could get a hold of certain valuables. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. Bertrude, most of all, kept busy with her work. The inks and notices, which she still brewed and manufactured, once were grounds enough for a quick sentence into exile. Back then, the one thing worse than spreading lies about the Commonwealth through speech was doing so in print. Once exposed, such writings were burned. Now the written point of view is to be honored rather than to be feared, and Big Bertrude remains one of our time's most notable purveyors of this craft. It is quite likely something you have read in recent times would have been put the parchment by her handiwork. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended, declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary circumstance again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. From time to time, he would seek guidance from one of his former comrades, Big Bertrude, much his elder, and a wellspring of perspective on his life decisions. He was always grateful for having studied under the reader of the Nightwings, without whom he never would have completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the world now, Gilman dedicated his life to him. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen, an occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Rookie Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jamier Moneymain himself. When dawn finally came, it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more. He realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was well off, as he always said. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail a loss for words sometimes. After her liberation, Jordario soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired people to believe that she was Soliamur reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. The eighth of the 8 scribes, the Book of Rights, known as the first exile with the last of his name. A once proud emperor who neglected his nation and found penitence in the downside. First exile, last scribe. Interesting. In the uncertain times that followed, Jordario's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all throughout this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Faye, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Faye was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact, she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. And my boy Hedwyn, the one who started it all. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the Scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the street. Identified to be a liberated exile, he's believed to be Galathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the Highwing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Fikani Shang, harp from whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was exiled. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night and proved vital to the peace that followed. Because I was wondering, how did they chill with the Highwing remnants, even if the Commonwealth got destroyed peaceably? The harps would still hate everybody who's not a harp. So, still a bit, I'm suspension of disbelief. It's a game. I like the happy ending, but realistically, there'd be a bit more trouble than this with an entire war changing a society. But it's nice. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn often confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Raider of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. He'd broken that vow for, in the end, not all of them were able to return. Trouble guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others, whom he still knew, lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact with us, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they often think of him. There's one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth. Always directionless and prone to misremembering at times. No, they're not talking about me specifically, but that is fairly accurate. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He had made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. By the time the final rite arrived, the reader knew he could not go free. In the end, like so many others, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he opted for a place to settle in the downside. Though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night all in all its brilliant glory, until such a time and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived,
That was fucking amazing. Yeah, no, this is my favorite game. All others, like, just there's no. Hades is still up there, obviously, but like in terms of story, characters, music, lore, just general experience. There isn't. It's not a contest. Like, also, I wonder if they have a different version for each time. I'm assuming it's just like one sentence for the character's description, then whether they stayed till the end or they found their way home. But that's still like to have like actually made an entire like different section for each character, even if it's just like record the line. Like, I don't know, that's dedication. And I just realized, oh, it's all the different triumvirate sigils on the window, and then obviously the books, since it was illegal to read in the Commonwealth. Man, I don't know. That was fucking amazing, honestly. I don't know how. Like, can you start from the beginning and you're like save, or this one starts me from the beginning. Well, not the beginning, like before the actual liberation, right? The final one, at least. Huh. Yeah, no, I mean, that was great. That, like, I can't, I don't even know what to say, honestly. That was just beautiful. Yeah, no, but I appreciate everybody stopping by. Lex, appreciate the raid from Coranium. Appreciate Cappy for stopping by for a bit. Who else? I think Frank was here. Hardcats. Appreciate Cappy for the sub. Appreciate Frank for stopping by and chatting. Hardcats for stopping by and chatting. And yeah, anybody else who's lurking. Appreciate people who watch the VODs. I mean, I ended pretty good. 9 hours. It's about to be 12. So, not too late. But yeah, no, that was an amazing ending. I'll probably try to do like 12 Titan stars on my own and all that other stuff. 'Cause no, I'm not doing achievement hunting on stream. It's too hard. I'll probably record it and post it on YouTube if anybody wants to see that. But yeah, I will raid Slardy because I haven't seen him in a while. But yeah, I'll be on later today, 1 p.m. Do Hades. See if we can't finish that up as well. Only have 4 more achievements to get. Shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, gonna start Crosscode. Thinking of starting Dredge. It's like a horror fishing game or something like that. We'll see. I have other games lined up. We'll see what I can stream. I'm just streaming like actual games I haven't finished or like started before. So I'm excited. But yeah, appreciate everybody. You guys have a great week. Yeah, I'll see you guys very soon. Peace out.